say it.
How's it going, guys? I'm standing today, so I can jump. Be excited. Welcome, JC Monkey. Sorry to have left you waiting for 15 minutes. I had to eat. I hadn't eaten. I woke up at like 3, and right now it's 4:30, so I had to like run out and get food, walk the dog, do all the things. Welcome to my stream. Just double check. Get my monitor capture going. Hola. See how centered I am. That looks alright. Anyone in chat have a game? Let's get started. So I'm here to like 3:30. When did you go to bed? I went to bed at like 5:30, and I probably didn't fall asleep until like 6:10. The sun was up when you could see the sky was bright outside when I was going to sleep. So that's how that went. All right, thank you, Camtar. First game of the day. Let's see what we got here. Camtar, you got Boat and Friends. Let's look at Boat and Friends. Let's kill my music. You guys don't need that. We want to listen to his music. Let me real quickly open up some liquid caffeine. Hopefully that wasn't too loud on the mic. Okay, there we go. Liquid caffeine. Okay, so welcome to our relaxing physics crazy game Boat and Friends. You will be departing on a small boat with crates of supplies. Your purpose is to arrive on the other shore with the highest amount of crates you can. The left mouse to drag crates on your ship. Okay. The crates will be scattered. Okay, so to do this, you must make sure the ship is balanced by controlling the weight of either side, A and D, to lean your ship left or right. First loot 'em dare. The graphics are ours, half the sound effects, other half is thanks to the web. Okay, looking forward to it. Let's see here. Copy this. Open it in Firefox. What's up, Homemaker? What's up, Gazin? Welcome. See if we can get a nice cozy stream. Let me pop that a little bit higher so you can see the glorious top of my head. It is like a whole different shot when I'm jumping and just being able to stand. Okay. Begin route. Use left mouse to pick up and drag crates. Use A and D to lean your boat. So it doesn't look like clicking is the trick. Okay, so I have to, so there's like a physics spring, maybe. Okay, so I'm having a hard time figuring out how to... Alright, well... Rough start. That whole game kind of started out with me saying, all of the supplies are covered in rats, we have to lose them. And then we never really got more supplies. Not using A&D from the start. Yes, I'm seeing that. I'm seeing that A&D from the start might not be ideal. Okay, so I'm like attaching a rubber band. Maybe that isn't the best. Maybe this as a, oh no, lean forward. Actually, I'm hitting the lean forward button, but it's not really like giving me a forward lean. Man, that ship is. If this ship's a rockin', don't come a knockin'. Am I right, fellas? Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna. This is my box. This is my crate. This is the crate I'm coming home with. It has a present for my wife. Awesome. I have one. Gazin, I will go ahead and put your thing. You're next on the list. Dudes versus all kinds of stuff. I'll start making a queue as things fill in and we get more and more stuff. Okay, so let's talk about this. You guys were a team of 2, it looks like. Yeah, team of 2. So I like the idea behind it. I like that it's a zany physics game. The physics are crazy. You got to keep everything in control. You know, can you manage to make your ship cross the sea despite all of the bullshit we're throwing at you? And like, I'm just gonna go ahead and snag these things, because what the fuck? I don't understand. I don't know if that was a bug or if that was just something else. If I had to guess, I would say when the crates move off the screen, they probably get pulled to the right no matter what. Yeah, okay, so that crate's being like pulled off into oblivion when it leaves the screen. So this mechanic for controlling the crates doesn't feel great. This rubber band thing, it doesn't make any sense, like in any real world, and it doesn't, like, it took me a long time even to figure out that that's what was going on when I was clicking the crate. So it wasn't very easy it wasn't intuitive for me to understand. But like, the core thing of the game feels like it should be about controlling the ship. And so, like, what I would suggest is having it so, like, you could have like little crew members on the ship, and you just click on them. You just click on the boxes as they're under the ship. So you can only click on a box that's under the ship, and the crew members throw out a net, and then they throw the box up into the air, and then it like tumbles through the air and lands on the ship and causes chaos. That's like the first thing I would change, is like make it so that collecting the boxes isn't as hard as it is. Bitslap, throwing it in chat is fine. The next thing I would do is maybe add a lip to either side of the ship, so that the base set of boxes kind of like they at least stay there initially. Like you can make the seas all rocky and tumbly and crazy, and maybe they'll get knocked out anyway. But like, you know, I feel like this game is fun and funny the more boxes you have. If you have, like, you know, boxes like going up to the mast, like that's when this game feels zany and fun, when you have a lot of boxes happening. And so like when I'm struggling to keep one box on the ship, that is not nearly as engaging, because I thought it was too easy. Classic Ludum Dare mistake. Like you don't really have a score going on here, and maybe it was too easy, but there may have been other levers that you could have pulled. Like you could have like made like, you know, a whale randomly run into the ship and cause boxes to fly everywhere, and maybe like you can throw boxes at the whale. There's lots of, like, again, you don't have to add stuff like that. There's lots of things you can do to like make it not as easy as it was. But right now, I think the biggest problem I have with this is, like, for how bouncy and rocky the ship is, like, it doesn't feel like, if I'm holding A right now, it's like leaning, but it's still like, it's in this weird rubber bandy sort of thing, and I feel like the natural ocean currents are having more control over the ship than I am. And so it isn't fun to play a game where you don't feel like you are in control. Like, unless you are having a direct impact on the state of the game, like, it's not as engaging. And so, like, yes, I'm holding A to lean, like, I'm holding A this whole time to lean the ship forward, and it's not accomplishing the desired effect. The desired effect is the boat leans forward and the shit moves to the right. And, like, that's funny. Like, the fact that I can do this is funny, but, like, and that's really funny, actually, frankly. But like the controls don't feel like they are impactful. And again, like, I like the idea, this is just me, of having the controls be visualized by having, like, maybe crewmate members all standing to one side or all standing to another side of the ship, so that the ship leans and it stays leaned in that direction, more or less. Like, I have a little bit of swaying, but like if like me hitting forward really doesn't make a goddamn difference for like the ship actually having like the crates move forward, then what is the point of doing it? Like, like the whole concept of this game should be like you're trying to balance a balance beam. Like it should feel like a balance beam simulation, with like a little bit of give and take to it. Whereas right now it feels like you can hit buttons. We had bad time management. I was left with Weil for playtesting. I enter the stream and watch a boat doing a barrel roll. Welcome back, Raiju. Yeah, I mean, again, I think this is a really good for a Ludum Dare. Like the things you accomplish, you got music, you got some sounds, you've got a water thing. I like this frontal water bouncing, putting like the boat half in water. I think that's a nice touch. I think there are a lot of nice touches going on with this game. I just think that like the fundamental gameplay and the fundamental controls are not there for like making it an engaging experience, because it just sort of feels like you're at the whims of the ocean, which there is something poetic about that, but that doesn't make for something that's super engaging. And I do think that I think you could keep. I think if you polished that thing up, like you could reasonably keep going with this. Like this could actually be like you could make a mobile game out of this, where like you have to pull on the boat with your thumbs, and like you could have different ships. Like certain ships have different shapes to them in terms of the kinds of and like different ships to carry different containers. And like you can really build on this. This is a great foundation that you could create a lot of interesting, more complicated decisions for the player on. In terms of like you could have different spices be in these crates. You could have like some crates be infested with rats, and you have to throw those crates over, or else rats are all over the ship. There's a lot of ways to really build on this fundamental concept, and the fundamental concept is fun, and there is fun in this game. It's just it's just under the surface, and it's hard to get at because the controls just don't feel good. Thank you so much for submitting. I'm gonna move on to the next game now. Dudes versus all kinds of stuff. No problem, Kemtar. Okay, this looks like a fucking Contra clone, and I'm digging that. Is the creator of this still in chat? And Bitslap. Let me open Bitslap's. Bitslap is up next. He has Cool Hat Mr. Hat. And also Holemaker. Sorry, Holemaker is before Cool Hat Mr. Hat. Alright, let me just see what I lost in chat here. Did I miss out on any big things? No. Okay, so copy link address, Firefox. Okay. You been taking notes? Cool. My game for LB3. Little loud on the music, but I'm gonna turn it down on my end. Music's a little loud, but it hits you in the face, and I like that. I like that it's like immediately just like you're playing this game, motherfucker. Let's go. I'm gonna turn it down for the stream too, just because I don't want you guys to be able to not hear me. Press S to start, push H for hints. Actually, you know what? I can do one better. I imagine this is still kind of too loud. So, there we go. Okay. Let me know if the audio is too loud, but otherwise we're gonna go S to start, H for hints. Give me some hints. Wasad, attack, jump. Oh, it is two-player. That's cool. S is revive, B is attack, and N is jump. B and N, okay. And then G and H are ultimate attacks. So I get that this was meant to be played on a keyboard. Let me just give you a couple of notes on that. A lot of keyboards will not allow for more than like a couple button presses. So like this is a cute idea. And it like is a fun local, you and your little brother playing on the same computer next to each other, but it you know, it would also be good to have a game with, like, you know, double joysticks or whatever. And the other thing is pressing H for hints. This is not a hint. This is how to play the game. Like I pressed H because I was feeling like it. I pressed H because I was like, what are hints? I assumed that meant like press H for hints during the game. But like this is press H to learn how to play the game. So like you should really not use the word hints. I would say like press H for instructions, or maybe I for instructions. Because these are the instructions. Alright, Wasad, B and N. Let me just make sure I got my fingers on the right keys here. B and N, G and H. Let's go. Alright, one of my buddies is gonna die pretty much instantly. Push Q for upgrade menu. Okay. I'm liking this. Okay, the other buttons, I don't appear to have my ultimate yet. I would say the gun could shoot a little faster. Unless I'm getting upgrades, like this gun feels slow. I also feel like the enemies, some of the enemies die in one hit, some don't, and I know there's a color difference for that, but like, I think that instead of a color difference, you should have a different enemy sprite. Or maybe it's that I hit them in the different places. I don't know. Some of the enemies are taking more hits, and I think maybe there's like a headshot mechanic. You don't need a headshot mechanic in a game like this. It's also not clear to me what okay, let me press Q for upgrades. Alright, so let me upgrade my rate of fire. Okay, so I don't know how to upgrade stuff. I'm just pressing buttons right now. Enter, right, click. Is it that I don't have enough points? There are currently no instructions for how to use this menu. And player 1 seems to control both people for this menu. So like, I would like my fire rate and weapon damage to be increased. How do I go about doing that? Aren't the keyboards without the numbers, right? I don't know the correct term. There are keyboards without number pads. Okay. I pressed R and it restarted the game. Not my best work. Was I missing something? My character 2? Okay, well I'm gonna try to get to a spot where I can upgrade again. I'm gonna get 100 essence and try to upgrade stuff. Yeah, like I said, I would like, you want your upgrades to feel good, but you also want your game to feel good instantly. And so like there is a fine line to okay, so let me go to player 2, fire rate. Okay, so all right, so I needed to press the shoot button for player 2. Not obvious. Also, this fire rate upgrade does not feel like anything has been accomplished. I did. I'm so confused. Okay, hold on. So, is it? Let me press H. Well, how does player? Okay, I can't press H to get instructions for how to control player 2. Remind me how to shoot as player 2. I think it was like. Okay, so this is player 2's shoot. The difference in shooting speed between the players is marginal at best. I will revive you. I like that you can shoot while reviving. That's nice. Yeah, there is no like if. Let me try, let me shoot 2 more times. Oops. Alright, well, they're both dead. Yeah, so I would say one, this game needs to have a 1-player mode. Like, if it, like, the fact that, like, I couldn't figure out why I was upgrading the character I wasn't controlling was really weird. Like, I don't know what it was about that menu, but like, I was using player 1's controls and trying to upgrade player 1, but I could upgrade player 2 but not player 1. And like, that is a situation I should never fucking be in if I'm playing a game like this. I mean, maybe you like really didn't feel like making a single player version that just doesn't have player 2 because that would have been too much work. But like, understand that like most people who are going to be judging your game, the common case for your game is going to be it's a one-player game. Marine blue is stronger. I wouldn't copy Contra so much. You could use your own route with art. You know, I don't even mind that they copied Contra. Like, I don't think that's really, like... I get what you're saying, but, like, a lot of kids today have no idea what Contra is. Like, this would all be new to them. This would be like, oh man, this is so cool. But, like... Yeah, your guns don't feel good. And like, it's not clear to me if you have more enemy types or if the game really goes for a while and like builds and progresses. If it does, I should have seen that. Like, in the amount of time I was playing, I should have seen a second enemy type. Assuming that there are more. The upgrade system is interesting, and you're 20 and you've never played Contra. Yeah, for sure. The upgrade system is an interesting idea. It kind of, like, I get that. Okay, so like, you have, okay, let me, yeah, I get that because I'm talking to you and you are explaining to me how that there are different classes between the two characters and that they are different in terms of the way they feel. That doesn't explain the character that I played not feeling good. B, that was not clear to me. So like, right now they just look like two guys, two cool dudes. Like, and the fact that like one of them's an engineer and one of them's this other thing, and like they've got all these classes. Clearly, you put a lot of work into that. That was a thing that you put like dev time into. It was not reflected to me because I had no idea it was happening, and because I didn't know it was happening, it wasn't happening. And so like that's like stuff you have to think about. Is like, okay, if I really think this is an important thing, if I think having these guys be different classes is important, I need to make damn sure the player understands that, and I need to make damn sure that the gameplay reflects that. Like, you know, they definitely look different. Like, visually they look different, but like they didn't, like, I had nothing going into that game that would suggest to me that they're gonna play different. And like, you know, you could take the Trine approach. I don't know if you played the game Trine, but in Trine there's a wizard, a warrior, and another motherfucker who I can't remember, an archer thief. And you can just dynamically switch which character you are at any given time, and they have different abilities. And so like, you know, I understood that there were ultimates. I didn't understand why I couldn't use them. I was pressing the buttons to get to like do the thing other than shoot, and none of those buttons did anything, and nothing on the screen told me why those buttons weren't doing anything. So like, I don't know why, you know, I'll go back to H for hints. I don't know why the ult attacks didn't do anything. I didn't feel like when I pressed, I feel like I pressed jump and it didn't do a jump, but again, I'm not saying your game's broken, I'm just saying like, N is not a key that I anticipate to need to use when playing a game, especially a game like this. Yeah, I think there's a lot of cool stuff here. I just think that like it's really hard for me to even like judge a lot of the work you've done because I am unable to see it, because I am unable to reach the points that like you have added, like all of the upgrade systems in the game. You know, if you look at Contra, the game you copied for a lot of the basic design, they don't have a menu where you buy stuff. And maybe, okay, so you have to buy them. Do not make me buy them. Like, for how, let me just start the game real quick and show you what I mean. I'm gonna go to the menu. Okay, so I have to get 1,000 motherfucking essence to buy either of those upgrades. And those upgrades might be sweet as shit. Those upgrades might be fucking awesome. But I'm never going to see those because I have to play through the crappy part of the game where I have to shoot enemies with a bad gun that doesn't really accomplish anything. You just, Sleepy Bite, if you want feedback, just put your game in chat. I will try to make sure to see it. If I don't see it, remind me. So, like, you need to front load the good stuff. Like, you absolutely need to make the first part of the game feel really good. And, like, what I would say is make those ultimates work off of all right, you're in line after, dude. Make the ultimates so that you can cast them instantly. As soon as the game starts, I want to be able to press my ultimate key, and I want to see how fucking sweet that is. I want to see that action. And then make me kill enemies to build up a meter before I can cast it again. Or make me just wait on a cooldown. So the player needs to clear the screen from enemies to get the upgrade, yeah. And, like, make me wait on a cooldown to be able to use it again. But, like, if I'm playing the game and, like, clearly the crowning cool, awesome thing of your game, for how short this demo is like those upgrades or those abilities, and, like, I can't really understand how the game works until I get there. Putting them behind a slog of gameplay is not the way to do it. Now, if you did, like, want to be like, you have to buy the thing to get this upgrade, fine. That's fine if you like really want to lock these upgrades because they're so powerful and you want them to be this progression system. Then there needs to be two other things. One, the default weapon needs to be better. It needs to feel better to kill enemies. Like, if you look at Contra, if you look at Gunstar Heroes, if you look at a lot of like games where you are shooting, the very beginning combat still feels good. It feels like like you're just pissing bullets. You are shooting lots of bullets. You are able to kill enemies quickly. The time to death for enemies feels good. This game doesn't have that. This game, the time to death to kill enemies feels weird. It feels inconsistent, and my rate of fire is way too slow. For me to feel like I'm powerful or to feel like these enemies, which should feel like weak enemies. Doutra, I can't say your name. Do Utriador 666. Thank you for the follow, man. And, like, the other thing you could do is if like you had certain enemies that were like different colors that dropped maybe a weapon upgrade or a thing that changes your weapon to fire differently, like one of them has a flamethrower and then you can just flamethrower above you, or like the thing that makes games like that fun is the sense of discovery, of figuring out what all of the cool weapons and upgrades do, and and which ones you like, and which ones are good, and which ones do you not want to pick up, and which ones, like, are really good against certain enemies, but maybe not other enemies. And, like, there's this whole sort of decision tree for the player of, like, oh, that's a new pickup, I wonder what that pickup does, and then they pick it up, and then they try to use it. But, like, having this static upgrade screen where you're, like, you know, like, saving up money to buy shit so that your game can be, like, marginally better, so that you can kill things, so that you can save up shit, so you can buy the next thing, so that maybe you can get the really cool thing. Like, all of this weapon damage, fire rate, revive speed, and move speed, if none of this makes the gun like shoot like a fucking machine gun and it is accessible in the first, like, 3 to 5 minutes of gameplay, it might as well not be there. Like, it needs to be accessible quickly, and, like, it should change the way the gun feels on a fundamental level. Like, the bullets should change, should be different sprites. It should feel like you have made a powerful investment. And so if I visually cannot tell the difference between firing before I buy the upgrade and firing after I buy the upgrade, I feel like I have wasted my money on that upgrade. You want to think about, like, how the player is emotionally responding to the investments they are making in your upgrade system. I'm sorry to rail on that. I was almost done, and then I came back to it because I was like, there are so many improvements you could make to this. And the only reason I'm, like, really hammering on this is, like, this game looks great. Like, from the art perspective, like, this art looks good. all this shit looks good. Like, I would say one note you could do if you're going to have, like, 2 different character classes, give the players a character select so they understand that they're picking between 2 characters, and then, like, have different color palettes for them so both players maybe can be one character or both players can maybe be another character. That's a really good way of, like, for the players to be like, oh, I'm selecting, you know, this trope. I'm selecting, like, the buff, you know, quarterback guy with big guns versus, like, the fucking svelte cheerleader girl who, like, has a electric whip. Like you can instantly understand that, like, this character is going to handle differently than this other character because I'm making a choice as to which character I play. Like, that's a really easy way of, like, you don't even need to explain that you have classes. You know that you're picking the whip lady and she's going to use a whip. Anyway. Really good game. Really good game for the Dare. Those are the things that I would change about it. Yeah, I think that was really cool. I think that this has, like, again, it has a lot of potential. It definitely is an homage to Contra. I think that there are just a lot of missteps in terms of the way that the game feels in the progression system. Yeah, put it in 1-player mode for sure. Yeah, like Contra, you know. But like, I get it. I get JC Monkey why he didn't. Like, I'm sure that, like, he knows, or she, or whatever, that you know, oh, a 1-player mode would be nice, but at the same time, when you're, like, making a game in 72 hours, and you're, like, the crowning achievement of your game, I will add you to the list, as M-Bowl is in the back of the queue. Alright, I'm gonna make the queue, real quick. So, give me 1 second. Settings, oops, hold on, let me just make this be the game queue. Hopefully that's how you spell the word queue. Font size 50. We're gonna move this up here. Edit the scene. Oops, no. Edit this thing. Okay, so in the queue, we've got, no problem, man. Thanks for sharing your game. Thanks for being so receptive to the criticism. Current. All right, the current game is Get in Shape. Get in Shape, and the line is, I guess, like, make an old school shooter for 2 players. I totally respect that. Like, it is more fun to have a game where you can play with your friends. I think that that's a noble cause. Then we got Cool Hat, Imbalanced, Tourist, Chaos, and M-Bowl. That is the current queue. If you're not in it, submit your game to the chat, and I will get you in the queue. Alright. Get in Shape. Oh, I like where this is going. Controls. ASD, JKL, and Escape. Okay, so ASD, JKL. That's interesting. Why ASD? I guess because you're used to Assad. I would have done home row. So I would have done SDF, JKL if you're gonna do that. But that's just me. That's not saying you're wrong. I'm just really curious about that decision making. Because, like, you got one hand in the Wassad position, then you got the other hand just on the home row. Alright. Is the guy who made Get in Shape still in my chat, or did he dip? Used to Assad. Homemaker, is this yours? Alright, cool, man. 7-zip roast me. Man, I feel really bad about the guy who was the last person last night. I went off on him a little bit. Like, he didn't do anything to deserve it. I was just burnt out. D. Okay, let's try again. L. Ah. Interesting. Coca-Cola sponsor, yeah, right. Oh, that's cool. So right now, all I'm doing is just rapidly hitting the buttons that are showing up on the screen. And like, the fact that all 3 JK and L puzzles can be solved by just hitting the key, not interesting. Like, D, the left side is interesting because the left side feels like I have to make decisions. Like I have to, like the left side, I have to like set things in the right order. But like, this is just getting obnoxious for my right hand. Like I like the idea. I think there should be 2 instead of 3. Or sorry, yeah, two on each side instead of 3 on each side. And I think that you should have one that is, yeah, I think all of them should be like the right side. Because right now I'm just like, alright, I'm only looking at the right side. I don't give a shit about the left side. I get that you just agreed with me in chat, but I'm just like reiterating that like, you could have just taken the left side and made the whole game like added one more puzzle. And had 4 puzzles, and then had, you know, just 2 buttons on each hand. Because like it's really hard to just do even 2 of those. All right, I think that's the game, right? That's the game. There's nothing else. So I don't think you need this. I think this I think this doesn't match the tone of your game. Like this game feels like a very minimalist kind of like, oh, this is, you know, it's a puzzle game, it's kind of fun, but then you're just like, you're a pathetic loser, and you're just like, that was a tonal shift. What happened there? What the fuck? Like, where did that come from? Like, if you want your game to be edgy and in your face, all of it needs to be edgy and in your face. Just having that at the end just leaves a weird taste in your mouth. I mean, the fundamental idea of, you know, patting your head and rubbing your belly, like, that's what this game is, right? It's just like, you've got to concentrate on all the things. Yeah, I would try it with 4 things, and then like this feels like a WarioWare game, right? This feels like you know, a little challenge game. I think that if you tried to, I think you could like take this general concept and turn it into like an interesting story game, where like, you know, you've got different things going on in every scene, and you've got to like manage all of the scenes, and when a scene goes bad, like there's a certain time for how long you have to manage the scene for, where like you're hitting the button to make sure the robber doesn't murder the woman or whatever, and then that scene ends and you go to the next scene, and like you could do an interesting like game. It doesn't have to be that, you know, you could have a bunch of different ways you do it, but like I feel like you could do an interesting game where like you have a bunch of different mini games, and like one mini game finishes, it goes away, and a different one comes in, and they all are just like 4 buttons. Because, like, I don't think more than 4 buttons is, like, I don't think that's worthwhile. I think past that, Gazin, thank you so much for the follow, man. Thanks again for sharing your game. I don't think more than that is like, engaging to the player or any more. Like, I don't think the brain can concentrate on 6 things at once in a competent way. But, like, I like the idea, you know? I like the general concept of especially of the left side. The art is all right. You know, you're going for a minimalist theme. That's cool. I would maybe think about having the order that they appear. Okay, the yellow and the orange is really shitty. On D, the difference between this orange and that yellow is way too subtle. Bit slap, thank you so much for the follow. Music's alright. I would like a failure noise. Because like you kind of have a cute shatter effect happening. Like that's nice. The failure noise is nice. Or sorry, the failure animation is nice, but like I would like a noise to go with that animation to be like, you failed on this one, because maybe I'm not looking at all of them. And maybe I'm looking at one and I'm not paying attention to the other, and so like that'll catch my attention at least. The end sound for like "You Lost" I don't love. I don't love that guitar riff of like down 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 down. I don't think that. Again, I think your game, like I think that you need to pick a tone and stick with it. Because like I think that the initial music and the initial puzzle things are very like zen, very abstract. You know, there's stuff happening in them that's interesting, but like in general, you're not going for a cheeky vibe. So like if you want to go for a cheeky vibe, then like maybe they should be sillier. Maybe it should be over the top and like goofy. If you want to go for the zen vibe, then take the other things out. I don't have anything else to say on it. I mean, for what it is, I think it's solid. Like, I think that like the foundations are there. I think for like, is this compo or jam? This was compo. Yeah, for 48 hours for one person. Like you made a game. There are other games that have done similar things, but like this does that thing reasonably. You know the faults that I have with it in terms of the right side. Yeah, not much time to balance stuff in the compo for sure. Some of that comes down to time management, though, right? Like some of that you need to ask yourself, like, okay, if something's not good, is it better to have a not good thing in the game to make it seem more padded and bigger, or is it better to have only a few things in the game that are really, really polished? And like, it's my position, especially for a jam game, that if you have like only one or two things that are really good, that is better than having like one or two okay things and then a sea of mediocrity in your game. That's my position on it. But yeah, thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, this reminds me of like the visuals of this reminds me of quick question for you with no programming experience, but with hopes of getting into mobile game development. Do you have any tips for starting out? There's like a million websites for learning how to program. The question is, like, do you want to learn mobile game development or and be the programmer, or do you want to make mobile games and it is inconvenient that programming is required of you? Because like there's a big difference between those two things. If you want to learn how to program, there is no shortage of ways of learning how to program. If you want to make mobile games and you don't really like the idea of programming and you just wish that that could get out of your way, then, make board games. like build yourself up as a game designer and then sell yourself as a game designer instead of a game developer. There are a lot of tools that exist now that, are based around. Ooh, that's an unfortunate focus problem. They're based around sort of making games be less programming centric. And that's. I'm not gonna say it's good. I'm not gonna say it's bad. But that's the truth of the direction that the tools are headed. And so people want to give guys like you the ability to try to make games, and they're willing to sell you those tools for a premium. Cool hat, Mr. Hat. This looks cool. Can I just say I wish that this question block weren't here? Quality over quantity in game jams, specifically with the when the expectation of players for jams is very different than for other games. Yeah, I mess up with the quantity thing. Also applies to commercial games. Yeah, look at Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, $30, 60 or 6-hour game. I don't love it, but goddamn if it's not polished. Find an engine that can cheaply export to mobile. Try to learn as much as possible. I'm going to keep it to like 4 levels. What is the name of the game with Contra-like dudes? I saw in the thumbnail. That was Dudes versus All Kinds of Stuff. The creator was in chat. If he still is, feel free to relink your game for other people to play. Let's see here. In jams, the point is to show a good idea, essentially not make a 4-hour game. Yeah. So, I'm liking this. Is the creator of Cool Mr. Hat here? Paging Cool Mr. Hat? Paging. Just say Cool Mr. Hat if you created Cool Mr. Hat. Bit slap, sweet. All right. I assume that. All right. Yeah, I am excited about this. I understand why the coin block is there from this like GIF, because it showed me that like you have a huge stack of hats and you're trying to like hit the coin block. I just feel like the aesthetic, like without that question block, the aesthetic is so cute and original, and like you really have your own thing going on that looks really nice, that like the question block is just like, and here's some Mario, which it doesn't, like, I don't think it needs that. I think that like it could stand on its own without that. I mean, I'm not saying don't have the thing in the middle that you hit. I just don't think it should be a question block. I think it could be something else. All right, we're still downloading, by the way. I'm not stalling. I'm just waiting. There we go. Extract to Cool Mr. Hat. There we go. Uh-oh. Oh, there we go. All right. And this is okay. Get hat poke block arrow move X jump D-pad move B jump R restart Q quit 1 2 3 to change resolution. Nice. Okay. I would use space to jump as an alternative. Space to jump is such like a normal thing. I'm not saying it's the only thing that you should have jump, but like, I do think that it would. I do think that like arrow keys plus space bar is a really common control scheme, and I definitely have hit space a couple of times accidentally, like expecting it to jump. I like your jump. I like your jump physics. I like that you have a, you know, right now, like, the bouncing off of the guys feels good. I'm not 100% sold on the left-right yet. Like, it's very controllable, but, like, I don't know. There's something about it that feels, maybe it could be slightly more refined, just barely, just a touch. So, like, that was cool. That moment was really cool. I really liked that moment. Yeah, the bouncing on guys to make more guys appear and get coins is definitely, like, a really fun moment. I think this is really good. I really do. I could use background music. I like the dash I like the smoke lines from the landing and the dash. I think that's a really nice touch. I don't know if I like how long it takes them to die, because like it feels like with how long it takes them to disappear, it kind of feels. I mean, on the one hand, there is something nice about it because it like creates this like when is he gonna blow up and then he blows up moment where there is adequate sort of wind up for that, but it also makes me sometimes feel like some of them take 2 hits instead of 1, but that's not really what's happening. It's more just like I'm able to bounce on his corpse again, and so I'm not sure if you experimented with that and that like you came to the conclusion, like, you know, when someone is like the creator of the game and you know, they will sometimes have like, you will give them a suggestion and they'll be like, yeah, we tried that, it didn't work, and like I as a critic or like someone who is criticizing a game to try to help them out, like, you just have to be like, oh, all right, well, I thought that would work, you know, my instinct was that would work, but you tested it, so I'm gonna you know listen to you and be like, all right, well, maybe something else, because you know the thing that I was trying to solve with that suggestion still feels bad. Yeah, I like this. I think that the fundamental game is fun. I think that the punishment system is really good. I think that like the fact that you lose your hats, like kind of like Sonic the Hedgehog, is a really good idea, because it's like you don't really like. I'm sure I can die if I get hit when I don't have any hats, but like the fact that like it's pretty trivial to get hats means that like you feel like you can keep going. I kind of wish there were more. Yeah, you can submit your game. Sorry, I haven't been looking at chat at all. You can also press up to jump. The game reminds me of NES Mario Brothers. I like it. Yeah, the box is a good mechanic to it. It's a goal. What's up? Hitbox is active because the coin block. Usually turn it off otherwise. Oh. So yeah, I agree with you on that. By the way, the current the current game is not getting in shape. It's Cool Hat. Cool Hat, Mr. Hat. Yeah, I agree. It definitely feels like by far the best feeling in this game is when there's a guy under you, or like 2 or 3 guys under you, and you're just rapid fire bouncing back and forth between the block and the thing you're bouncing on. Like that is the pinnacle of the like, oh yes, good feelings in this game. And so like, yeah, I get now why you would have the thing stick around. It's just when you're not doing that, it feels slightly weird, but not terrible. Yeah, I wish. I mean, how do you feel about having like some enemies that are, or some guys that have like taller hats that take a little more to kill? Like I do wish that like I almost wish there were levels. You know, I wish that like I want more, and like that's a good thing. But like I love this base concept of like you're just jumping around collecting hats so you can have this tall thing of hats. So like I would love for you to take that concept and make it more. Because like I love the art, I really do. I guess the question block is warming up to me. It does like really fucking convey exactly what it means to the player. I just wish that like Mario wasn't like the best way of doing that. Because like if you could turn that into an original idea that's still a thing that you are hitting with your head and is doing something cool, then like the game would be as far as I'm concerned, completely original. And like it would be like 100% your game. It wouldn't feel like kind of somebody else's. It would just feel like your thing. And so like that's what I wish. And the other thing is background music. Like if this game had like some fun, upbeat, like this game reminds me a lot of VVVV in terms of like the faces and like the basic pixel art. So like if that was it, yeah, if it had, I spent the last day trying to figure out what to actually do with the hats, from shooting them to using them as jet fuel. I ended up putting the box in because I like boxes and panic. The pillars in the back supposed to look like koalas. Oh, at the top? I guess they kind of do have koala heads on the top. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, that's kind of weird. The pillar tops are Skyrim main characters. Are Skyrim main characters koalas? I can see how they're like a flower, but I can also see how they're. Oh yeah, I can kind of see it's like I can see how it's a hat with it's like the horns and the yeah. I get that. I get that. Anyway, thank you so much for sharing it. I enjoyed it. I think this is a good game. I don't know how to quit, but I can just hit Alt F4. Blam. Having maybe Q quit, but I expect Escape to quit. So yeah, very cute, very good. Like this as far as like being I think it's funny that like listening. Yeah, 2Scoop Games. You can add your game to the queue. Just send it in chat, and I will add it to my queue. I don't think I've missed any. Queue is quit. Yeah. Yeah, you always have to. So whenever I do stuff like that, I always create a list of keys that are like the things that accomplish the goal, and I think of every key that someone will press, and I just make all of them do the thing. So like for quit, it's escape, it's Q, it's all of that. For jump, it's everything that I would expect someone to press to jump, even if I don't tell them. All right, pull pals, you're added to the queue. But yeah, like it's interesting to hear. It's interesting to hear that you didn't have the idea of making a tower, and like the best part of the game wasn't the thing you thought of first, which I think is really interesting, because like you had this idea of like, okay, guys are gonna come in, you're gonna jump on them, you're gonna get their hats, and then you were kind of like, and what do I do with that? And so hearing that, it's cool hearing that you came through an organic process of, I'm just gonna make it. I'm gonna like trying to be jet fuel, trying to shoot things with them, doing all this stuff, and then having this like really simple like, well, you just have to you have to kill enough of them to build your hat tower so that you can hit the coin box, and like that looking at it now, it feels like, oh well, that obviously was like the goal to begin with, but like that wasn't where you started. And like that mechanic, that thing right there, where you like your GIF shows you like bouncing on enemies and hitting the coin block, like that's the sex in your game. Like that's the best part. And so it's really cool that you were able to find a moment like that organically while trying to work on your game. And I think that should like really, for everyone in chat who's like working on games and like trying to get through this stuff, I think that's a thing to remember. Yeah, friends said lots of hats. I like hats, so why not? Let me straighten out my green screen for a hot second here. But the thing to sort of take away from that is that like a lot of really, is this my right shoulder? It is. A lot of really good games, a lot of really fun moments in games weren't conceived before the game was created. Like they weren't. No one like woke up one day and was like, hats. There's going to be a tower of them, and we're going to jump on a thing, and it's going to feel great. Instead, it's like it's this search, it's this process, it's this like you have this thing, and then you're playing with it, and it's like, no, that doesn't work. Throw that away. That's not the thing that's not the thing that it needs. And then you try some other things, and you keep on throwing stuff at the wall, and then eventually you're like, oh, that felt really good. Let me make that bigger. Let me stretch that. Let me pursue that. And that's how good games are made. It's like it's if you have a great game idea and you've never made a game, you don't have a great game idea. Like no game that you have is like, oh man, this is the game. It's this. I've literally prototyped and played none of it, but that's the idea and it's perfect. That doesn't happen. And it's not. It's like people. The most common thing I think of the first is the feel and feedback. If I can make it that fast enough, then I can start adding a toy and gamify it. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. But yeah, my position is like a lot of people are like, oh man, I have this idea. I better not let anyone know about this game idea because it's great. And if anyone knew about this game idea, they would make a great game and it would make tons of money. And it's like that's not even remotely true. Like the hard part of making a game is taking this rough idea and then figuring out like what the tweaks and knobs and balances are to make it really feel good. Like, how do you make it so it's just like, oh, yes, that jump feels good. This thing, like, I want to do that thing more. And it's like, you know, a lot of people have, like, the games that where they're like, oh, this is, you know, I really like game X, and so I really want game X, but with vampires, or, like, you know, but with double jumps, or, like, they're like, oh, man, I really wish the game that I really liked had this one thing that I feel like is missing. And it's like, well, if you add that thing, it breaks the entire game. Like the developer may have thought that was a good idea, or maybe they didn't think it was a good idea, but, like, you can't change a game without completely, like you can't change or add a new element to a game without completely changing the way it feels and is balanced. And so, like, now you have to go through and, like, kind of reimagine the whole game to make sure it works as a cohesive piece. Imbalanced.exe. Imbalanced is the creator of Imbalanced here. This looks cute. Lawrence. I'm looking for Lawrence. Is there a Lawrence here, or have I been bamboozled? Has Lawrence left? Sleepy Bite. Cool. Okay. Let me put you at the top. Sweet, sweet, sweet. All right. Imbalance is next. That's the queue. Let's open it up. Unity. Sorry, won't play it. I like my games balanced. No problem, Bitslap. Thanks again for sharing. It was a really, really nice game, and thanks for, you know, taking the criticism well. So there's a freaky little animal with suspenders and a wolf with the most amazing snaggletooth jaw. Like, all right, cancel skill, zoom, use skill. The world needs your help. Okay, first thing I'm gonna say is your game in queue? The queue's on the left. Haduvik. So if it's not one of those 4 games, then no. Did I miss a game? Haduvik. Fishing Day. Yeah, your game's in queue. It's called Fishing Day. So yes. You sent me a link to Fishing Day. So if that's not your game, then that's on you. So I would say the first thing I would avoid in a control scheme is requiring a mouse scroll, because it's not a thing that everyone has. I mean, it's a thing most gamers will have, but, like, it's a thing that's not always in a game, or not always available to a player. Okay, so we've got zoom. The world needs your help. Using your godlike abilities, make sure no species go extinct and everyone is happy. Got it. Game is over. Balance broken. Huh, that was fast. Thanks for the playthrough. Good luck with your games, everyone. Later, man. See you, Bitslap. I am guessing the game simulates while I'm in the menu. Okay. What am I doing? Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you guys. Fuck you, wolves. Fuck you, wolves. Does this spawn? I hope that spawn. Oh, it spawns a new wolf. I see. The fuck is that doing? Okay, so my first complaint about this, you'll jump in. All right, let me throw your thing in the queue. My first complaint is I have no idea what any of these things do. Sorry, someone's vacuuming outside. Like, I don't know what sun does. Oh, it grows grass. That's cool. What does sleepy time do? You guys, go the fuck to sleep. Okay, so I need to grow the grass to make the koalas. Yeah, I agree. I don't think that, maybe I could have, like, I don't think that if you're zoomed out all the way, the all the way zoomed out should show everything. The fact that it doesn't is a little weird. I would also have these corpses clean themselves up after a little while. You guys, go to sleep. I think this is a cool idea for a game. I don't know what this final thing does, but like it's about like this game is about sort of the dynamics of keeping an ecosystem alive and like how to do that. And like I think that's very sim life. You know, there's a lot of games that have done this sort of thing, and I think it's a cool concept. I think it's an interesting concept. I just don't love the interface. I don't know what the fuck this is. Oh, it's a plague! Oh, that's cool. I think it's a plague. They seem to be plaguing. What happens if you only have wolves? They eat each other. So if you only have wolves, then the koalas would have died out, and so you lose. If you only have wolves and you don't have any koalas left, then you lose the game. It's a zombie virus. Bunny zombie spell resurrects bunnies. Okay. Do the zombie bunnies kill the wolves? How do the wolves die? That's like the one thing I wasn't really able to figure out. How do the predators die? Because like it feels like you have to kill the predators immediately. Okay, so let me just say I don't like how the lightning feels. Like the difference, so let's look at this. I'm gonna strike these koalas with the lightning. I click, the lightning happens, and then they slowly melt. What? Like let's really dig into just that interaction. When this explosion happens, right when that explosion happens, the bunnies should or whatever the fuck they are, they should like explode instantly, and their death should be like as soon as the lightning animation finishes, like they're in like 1 or 2 frames, or like maybe I don't know, in under 0.5 seconds, they should like, you know, be settling and be done. So like that, the fact that is such a slow death, also the fact that like it's not really obvious what the range is on the lightning bolt. So like, you know, a couple things you could do. One, you could add a better range indicator, because I'm pretty sure all of your things use this target. So like when you strike the lightning, maybe also add a yeah, it definitely loses the impact with that delay. But add like a scorch mark to the ground so that you know anything within that scorch mark is going to die. So after using it a couple times, you have a feel for how big it is. I don't really feel like I'm able to play with the craziness of the game once I start getting a lot of koalas, or like once the game. So like the games like this are really about sort of like, oh man, now shit's going crazy, because like, you know, oh, zombie virus, shit's going crazy now, like that, like, you know, there isn't enough time from when things start getting chaotic to when you lose. So like you want there to be like at least, you know, 30 seconds to a minute of this, maybe even like 20 seconds of this frantic tension of the player being like, oh no, like it's like, you know, those classic like old-timey movies where like the guy's like, oh no, that's falling, and he like goes out and like tries to save the one thing that's falling, and he's balancing the thing here, and then he's like, oh no, that other piece of china's falling, and he like reaches out over there, and he's like completely spread out, and then he like uses his foot to grab the third thing, and he's like trying to keep this balancing act going, and it's like this like, can he keep doing all the things? And like that's the idea that you want for like when the game gets crazy. You want it to be like, oh no, now you're breaking, like now the wolves are running loose, now the koalas are all dead, now we're out of grass, and so you're trying to pull the player in these different directions. It's just not, you're not succeeding at that yet. And part of that is because you fail too quickly when things get out of control. So like having things like trying to slow down that curve of time between like when things are going bad to when you just lose the game. I don't love the cooldowns on the abilities. I think that like if you look at the difference between like League of Legends, Dota, and Heroes of the Storm, like in my opinion, this is my opinion, you know, hot take here. The reason League of Legends was so popular over Dota, even with like the free to play and HOTS and all that stuff, is it lets you cast your spells. Like it doesn't, like in Dota, if you cast a spell and you miss, you are way behind in lane. That's a huge use of your mana, and you can only like cast a spell like 3 times before you're completely out of mana. In League of Legends, you can cast your spells a ton. I've not played League in like 2.5 years, and I'm not looking back on that. I don't miss it, but like the thing that they got right in terms of game design is it is fun to use your abilities. Like using abilities is fun, and so like having to wait a long time to do these things, like I think it would be more interesting to have these things have smaller impacts but have the ability to use them more often. And like cuz like I don't really get the chance to like I don't really get the chance to get a feel for what any of these things do, because I only get to use them a couple of times before the game's over. So like I never get the chance to really familiarize myself with them. But you know, overall, I think that like this is a cool idea. You know, again, this reminds me of Sim Ant. This reminds me of Sim Life. This reminds me of like these games where like, you know, you're God. There's this bullshit happening on the screen, and like overall, I think it's kind of cool. I guess the game all around in terms of cooldowns. Guessing spending the game all around in terms of cooldown spawns would fix that. So the things that I would change as far as like more aesthetic things, I would love sound effects for waking up and falling asleep and the egg. You need sounds. I would love sound effects for the wolves eating koalas and the koalas dying. I would love sound effects for the wolves having sex and the koalas having sex. Like, I think that that's something that like the game would really benefit from, is like oh wow, I killed all the wolves at once. Is like alerting the player that these fun things are going on. So yeah, overall I think this is really good. Honestly, it is no small feat to... God damn it, this shadow is really bugging me. It is no small feat to make a game like that, especially for a game jam. Because, like, it's a fucking simulation game, right? You have to, like, you have a lot of different dynamics that you have to balance. You have to make sure the wolves don't eat the koalas too fast, and that the koalas spawn at the right rate and breed at the right rate, and that, like, the game feels okay, and that you have this sort of, you know, an environmental dynamics where like it doesn't get too crazy if you don't touch it for too long, but like it slowly works its way to getting crazy. Like I think you did a good job with that. I think there's a lot of things that like really worked with what you accomplished. You know, I could see that, you know, working its way into something bigger. I think that, like I said, my biggest complaints were I didn't feel like I was really able to play the game in terms of like using the abilities more, and you know, feeling like I was trying to balance something that was inherently unbalanced. No problem, man. Thanks for sharing it. Let's talk about Tourist Chaos. Tourist Chaos is masterful ID here. Calling once, calling twice. Tourist Chaos. Was that yours? Cool. I'm gonna go with yes. Alright, let's open this. Seven zip. Extract. Good. Alright, let's start it up. Yeah. Ooh, hold on. Pick a better starting resolution. Graphics quality very low. Is that by default? I'm gonna go very high. Just see what that does. And also, you know what? I'm just gonna go full screen. These are very weird resolution settings. I'm not. I guess is that 16 by 9? I don't know. I am Erebus. Tourist chaos. Interesting. Okay. Some people might find this font offensive, but I'm not sure. This OK button looks weird. Unlocked. Score, okay. Fastest, okay. How to play. Drag the car to draw a route and form a loop, passing by the flag. Driving by monuments is extra points. Avoid collisions, drag the car backwards. Okay. Drag the car, new car, to form a loop passing. Okay. Oh. This reminds me of running with scissors. I like the idea. I don't know how to, like, the only complaint I have is it's like not obvious. It's not obvious when cars are gonna we've had a collision. And so it's like it doesn't feel like I'm able to course correct. Ramakota 3, thank you for the follow, man. Sure, we'll play again. I like the idea. I mean, this definitely reminds me of Running with Scissors, which was a game I reviewed yesterday. I don't know how I feel about the not being able to like correct mistakes. And like I don't have a sense of how far I am from victory. Like I don't know how many cars I have to send out and get moving. Only Grill Me Bear, thank you for the follow. Maybe use turns, each car advances one cell. Yeah. Also, that's a load of bullshit. The fact that the explosions stick around and destroy other cars on the same route is really that feels unfair. It should be nice, maybe slow-mo when you reroute a car. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are like optimal strategies that you can do for like creating these loops such that like your cars have minimal places where they can collide. I like the dots. I like the happy I like the happy dots. It isn't obvious to me. Okay, so here's one thing that was not obvious to me. I don't need to create a loop from the starting position. I need to create a loop that includes the flag and draw a line from the starting position. But it's not obvious to me that I don't need to include the starting position in the loop. So like that's something that like is a clarity problem for your game. That gonna collide? Yes. Okay. Also, having the timer by the car for, like, you have to make a route in, like, this amount of time, I don't think that's really accomplishing much. Like, it's not... I don't feel more motivated to make a route by virtue of the fact that, like, that's happening. And like the fact that it blows up doesn't make any sense. Teaching process was done by me, programmer mainly, yeah. But like, people will want to beat your levels regardless. So like, you don't need to gain points by passing on enemies. Yeah. Oh, I see. I guess that makes sense, but like. I mean, I would say that, like, there are better ways to solve that problem. Let's see if that's going to cause a collision. Please, no. Fuck. Also, like, the number of cars that you lose from collisions does not make sense. Like, I wish it did, but it doesn't. Like, I just lost 2 cars, but I only lost 1 car point. I'm mostly swaying because I'm standing and my legs hurt, but sure, if you want to think of it dancing to the music, then yes, I'm dancing to the music. I don't really understand what the victory condition is, which is not ideal. Shit. What's up, Magnum? Welcome back to the chat. No, I got 6th. Like, I think there's a lot of good ideas in this game. I like the general idea of, creating these routes, and the routes having, and like it reminds me of a board game in terms of like the routes need to be by these things, and if they're by the things, I didn't think it would be a problem, and the game is endless for points and ranking. So like that's one thing that like for the jam that makes sense, but like I don't know if being endless makes sense for the game. Like, because like there is a faster mode and a fastest mode. Just throw it in chat, and I will give you the critical feedback, and I'll put you at the bottom of the queue. Because you have a faster mode, like you clearly have levels, and so like I think that letting the player know how close they are to unlocking the next level would be nice. Because right now, I don't know. Yeah, I would have the explosion fade away. Like, having this intersection dead to me just makes me want to restart the level. And, like, you don't want that. You want a failure case where, oh, I fucked up, but I can still keep going. And I'm not just irrevocably fucked. I just am going to get less points now, and I have 1 less life. But when you make it so it's like you fucked up and you can't use this area of the map anymore, that's really punishing for the player. Like I would say you can't use this area of the map anymore for like 2 seconds, and then the explosion fades away, and now like as usually happens in cities, the traffic is cleared. I really like a lot of your animations. Like, I think your animations are really cute. I think the explosion could look better, but I like the Ferris wheel. I like the way that you just like there's like a huge effect going on with the flag that draws you to the flag. I think that's good. I think that that's really nice. I like that, or at least I thought it happened. I don't see it happening right now, but I thought you had a thing where like, yeah, so every time, it's a little weird that like on your first pass of the monuments, they don't do the effect. At least it didn't seem like it. I like the effect on the monuments. I like the little glowing bits. The cat thing. I think I was expecting to be like do something more, but you know, I think that that's cool. I like the general city art and layout. The background music's nice. There's another explosion. What's up, Javit? Yes, you only screw another car if it's too slow. Javitayo D, welcome, man. Finally fixed the double jump bug. That was easy, and I was scratching my head on now. I kept delaying it. Nice. I'm glad to hear you fixed it, man. I do think your buttons look weird, and there's no mouse over for them. And maybe that's because you're designing this as a mobile game. This is a sudden change in musical, like, I don't mind this, but like this is very different suddenly for the music. Like this music makes sense. Like, like this feels like it could be a fun phone game. And like the idea of like drawing things. My teacher has made a game in like 48 hours. Cool, man. Well, if you want me to give him critical feedback on what I like and don't like about his game, I'm happy to. But I'm here for critical feedback. I'm not here to try people's games out. I'm here to have the person sit in chat and listen to me tell them why their game is good or bad. Let me ask you, listening? I don't know if normal, fast, or fastest is necessary. I think just different maps that have like different roadways blocked off might be better. Like I think like this right here, this two chunk section and this two chunk section, I don't remember if they had those in the first one. Like I think the first level could afford to be like, I think this right angle is too hard for the first level. I think that, like, I get that it's in a corner, but like I think that the levels can get harder with the design of the streets as opposed to having the cars go faster. Thinking about removing the points from monuments or only giving points the first time you pass it so I could remove the 15-second timer. So what I would do is that's such a weird fucking tone shift. It would be a big change on the pace. So mobile games that have like big timing issues aren't great. What I would do is I would have the route give you a one-time point gain and give you more points for being by the monuments. So the first time the car completes its route, it gives you the points for completing that route. And that's the only time you get points. And I think that you should just have, like, you have to put 10 cars down, and then the level's over. And like you try to put 10 cars down in a way that gets you the most points. And like that to me is like a game like loop that makes more sense. Of like, there's a clear goal, there's a finish line. I need to think of like I'm like, oh, I only got one car left. It's okay if these cars are like barely on top of each other, because like I just need to get this last car to go through its loop once. Once all the cars go through the loop once, we're done. And like and you move on to the next game, or like the sun sets. That's another idea, is like maybe instead of having a timer for placing each car, have a timer for the day. To be like, you have to get so many tourists through this town in like 30 seconds or a minute or something. And so like it is in your best interest to like put down as many cars as possible. And then you don't have the 15-second issue, but you still have like a goal time, and there's a bunch of other things you can do. So there's a bunch of different ways to do that. I actually really like the idea of like having a day-night cycle where like the day ends and you just get the cars that you got through. Because like I think that just having like an X number of cars that need to be placed doesn't feel as rewarding as like the game. Like the loops for the cars are clearly dynamic because you know they're on different frequencies. They run at different rates, and so like on one pass they might miss each other, on the next pass they might hit. And so, like, having it where, like, you know, the day ends and then all the cars leave and everything's fine is you know, different than just like, well, you got 10 cars down and now you win. Anyway, this is really cool. Yeah, like I said, only notes are, this font might be seen as racist. I think that the general idea of, like, having big funny random monuments that people are driving by is cool, and I think that overall it, like, you know, it's got some good stuff to it. Thanks for sharing it. All right, so M-Bowl is next. Oh man, I like the boss. The boss looks like he's flexing with his head. Is the creator of M-Bowl here? Also, did I miss anyone who was putting their game in chat? I've got Rocket Jump. Let me put Rocket Jump on. So I've got two things. I had Pull Pals, and then I had Shotgun City, and then I had Rocket Jump. Which you got. Rocket Jump is in general not a good game name because there's a lot of things that use that title. Watch it again with the team later. Awesome, thanks, man. How do you submit your game? Just put it in chat, and I will add it to the queue. Main title effects on the font being different from the ones in the tutorial is weird. That's a good note as well. All right, cool, man. Glad to hear the creator of this game is here. So let's get through this. Okay, I'm gonna have a really hard time with your name, especially because it's bright green for me. All right, so we got Sugar Plum Summit. I have opened that. I'm not. I will add it to the queue once I'm done with this game. You have to leave that to the 2D artist. Yeah, I totally get that. Anything in here that M-Bowl is a game about talking. Yes, it's a game about talking. Okay, cool. Run anyway. Godot. A lot of people using Godot. Play. That's cool. Welcome to the tutorial. First play. I like this. I like the tutorial. Clicking on the buttons. Tutorial. Easy. Peasy. Wheezy. Fleazy. Easy, right? Are you a cat person or a dog person? Dogs. Looks like you're getting the hang of this. Click on the map to leave the tutorial. Goodbye. I like that you can keep talking to him. I don't no problem, just a minor thing over here. The other font Arial, it hurts even to think about. I'll take this information. No problem, man. Okay, we're going to this house. So far, this has been very easy to figure out. Good morning, John. Breakfast is ready. Morning. Mom. Are you ready for work, Pumpkin? Think so. Have fun at work. Okay, Mom. Yes. All right. Affirmative, mother. All right, I know that I can leave, but I just think that's funny. So far, I'm enjoying this. He is horrifying. You're late. So, sorry, boss. So. I've heard that one before. Really? I fucking doubt it. I sincerely doubt you've heard, sorry, boss, so. Okay. Okay, boss, remember you've got a presentation on Thursday, so. Good, just making sure you're on track, you know. So fine, I don't remember hitting fine. Alright. Yeah, that's right, I'm on track. Alright, I think I glitched your game out. I was having too much fun. I'm going back home. Good morning, sweetie. How was your day yesterday? My day was fine, Mom. So, that's great. Say, I have a small favor to ask you. What favor, Mom? When I was coming home last night, I forgot to buy milk. Do you think you could hop over to the store today and buy some? Alright. Can you give me money, Mom? Saying, yes, I think so. I don't know what she's asking. $6. Yeah, sure. I wish you could, like, I wish the other things were still on the screen so I could make, like, the sentences really stupid sounding. Thanks, sweetie. What would I do without you? Kill yours. I don't know. Go to store. Is Bounce Me by Sparse. You can find it on Simple Swap. Good evening, sir. That face is horrifying. Wow. Good God. Good evening, sir. May I interest you in some mandibles? Like, what the fuck? Can I buy chocolate milk? Pleasure doing business with you. Bye, sir. Yeah, just add by posting the link. A reviewer. Alright, yeah. Let's go home and give our mother some chocolate milk, and she'll be like, why? Even better, I love you, sweetie. That has never been that has never been the response to, I need some milk, and you're like, oh, chocolate milk? Oh, how thoughtful, that's even better. No mother has ever said that in her life. No, Mom. Oh, god damn it. I don't know how I got to problem. Sorry, folks, this is really? I hope you enjoyed my game. Please rate and leave a comment in my Ludum Dare page if you'd like to see more. I didn't hit 4 stars. So, here's the thing. I think that okay, so I really like this idea. I think this is a cute game idea. Sorry. Yeah, this is a really cute game idea. I'm going back to the store. Game is rigged to make you rate 4 stars. I think it is. I'm gonna buy got milk. So like I wish that you could do so like I think the game is funny because you can make silly sentences. Or you can like kind of like see like there's kind of this interactive thing. I wish that for some reason the search returns hundreds of files, but I can't find this one. Okay. I wish you had leaned into creating the option to make really, really stupid sounding sentences. Like you clearly have like a tree structure. It chooses a random word when the timer runs out. Oh, interesting. you clearly have a tree structure where it's like, if you pick this word, these other words will disappear, and these new words will appear, so that at the end of the day, you still have a sentence that a human would have said. And, like, I don't know if that's as fun as sounding like a crazy person and being like, milk, sir, chocolate, please, now, thanks, got pay? And the guy just, and making it so the guy just kind of blinks at you and, like, thinks you're an alien. Like, I think that might have more fun than like limiting the player to this really rigid sentence structure. That being said, like it's like a functional little click through, you know, story game. The music's all right. It's not great. It's not terrible. The story's okay. Like. It's a cute little start. I like that like he follows your eyes, and I like that they breathe. Like that's cool. That's a nice little touch. I think also like the way that the bubbles, they disappear, they like shrink down to disappear. That's nice. There's a lot of like little nice things about the way that the game is moving and works. So I think you did a lot of good things there. I mean, I think that the core game idea is sound. Like, I think that clicking on the bubbles that show up like that to make sentences is fun. I think that that's just like a fundamentally fun little idea. I do think that like the balance on the way that I felt like when I completed a sentence, I was able to just throw a bunch of ums and ands on the end of it, and it cleared up the space. I think it would be funnier, one, to... no problem, dude. Have a good night, man. It would be funnier, one, to... instead of having filler noise words like ano, so, good, like, instead of having... like words that don't have meaning, I think having stupid, crazy words that like fill up the space as like, oh no, you might say something really dumb, instead of, or like have sentences that are like intentionally bad, like sentence trees that are like, you start the sentence tree with like, platypus. Man, it's in my shoe. It's like, and you're trying to buy milk, or you're like trying to talk to your boss, and you sound like a crazy person. Like, I think that the whole idea of like the number of word bubbles that you can pick from expanding to the point where there is a threat that you might do something wrong, whereas instead the threat is that like. It'll pick a random word, and like I guess I never got to a point where it picked a random word, and like the person was like, "That's not right. That doesn't sound right." But like a timing error, I guess, isn't as fun as like a misclick. I think that like that's a fundamental thing I believe, is that like if I didn't finish my sentence because I ran out of time, and it's like, oh, I ran out of time, that's the thing I got, is less fun and less amusing than I misclicked, and now I have to try to like figure out how to make this sentence not sound like completely bonkers because I threw this word in there that doesn't make sense. So yeah, I would lean into silliness. I would lean into silly sentences. I would try to, like, your game lives and dies on its writing when you have a game like that. Because I think that the fundamental mechanic of click on word is great. So, like, you need to make the words that I'm click on be more funny, and you need to make the situations more funny. And I think I would try to have, like, a story or, like, a world where it makes sense that, like, you know, maybe you're schizophrenic, maybe you have, like, some sort of disorder where, like, it makes sense that maybe you wouldn't say the words that you should be saying in these situations. So you could like make it so the player can kind of choose if the character is going to have a normal day or a day that is like really dominated by this problem that they have. Anyway, these are all ideas, thoughts, food for thought. Thank you so much for sharing it. Azlenelza. Really not sure how to pronounce that. I'm gonna call you Lena. If you have any, you haven't been super responsive. You've basically said a couple things in chat, so hopefully you've taken my feedback. But yeah, as far as I can tell, that you haven't said anything especially. So I hope you're still there, because otherwise I'm just talking to the wall. All right, is the guy who made Fishing Day still here? You're writing down my feedback. No worries, man. You can also, like, clipping it works as well. And as I did with yesterday's stream, with today's stream, I'm going to highlight the entire stream on Twitch to make sure that the whole stream stays in my archive. So if you just go to my channel, you should be able to, like, at any point be able to refer back to all the things I said. Stolen. Taking a screenshot. Damn, Darefus, that's cold. All right, Hadovik. Let's do Fishing Day. This looks intense. So I'm guessing we've got Ben. Oh wow, this is a heck of a full-on team. All right, Windows. Direct download. Okay, show in folder, extract. All right, Fishing Day. Oops. Damn, you guys are paying for Unity, you know what I'm saying? Guys are paying. All right, we're gonna go ultra window, or no, we'll do full screen. That's fine. Okay. I like the music. I feel like this is a really good icon. I don't understand why this really big vivid pop and these buttons don't feel like they belong together. Because like this is like this thing clearly a lot of work went into, and the same polish did not go into any of this other stuff. And so like all of these other UI icons don't feel like they're part of the UI. They feel like they fade into the background, whereas this feels like it's very much popping forward. I like the music. I like this. I wish the music looped better, or faded in and out on a better thing. Yeah, it could be the shadow. Like the fact that it has a drop shadow certainly could be adding to that. But also it has a sheen. Like there's a gradient going on in the middle of it. And also the colors that are picked for it are brighter. Anyway, that's just a UI thing. Here are your okay. Again, nothing is popping here. Everything like this is noisy as fuck. This whole screen. Here's your score. Cool. That's okay. So one thing that I think, in not much time, but I understand. Oh, no worries. One thing that I feel like for tutorial screens like this, like unless you're showing me less than 4 very small pieces of information, you should just have like show me one thing and then, you know, PowerPoint slide to the next thing you're showing me. Here is your score. That's the only thing on the screen, and it's like a big arrow pointing up to it. Next PowerPoint slide. Here are your baits. You need a different bait for each fish regarding their respective colors. You need to click on the right bait to catch them when the fishes are inside the circle. This is saying way too much. Like, this is telling me what the baits are. It's telling me that there are different kinds of fish. It's telling me that they're color coordinated. It's telling me that the bait is associated with the fish. And it's telling me how to catch the fish. Like, that is way too much information for 2 lines. This is the grab button, so you're able to catch the fish that are fleeing before the timer ends. Okay. Each fish equals points. The rarest fish, the rarest fish, the more points he gives you. Okay, well this is just in English. This may be a second language problem. It should be the rarer the fish, the more points it gives you. If you capture it while it shines and with the right bait, it will double the points awarded. Okay. So there's some sort of like timing thing where it gives you more points for capturing it while it shines. I'm not sure what that means. Here's the weight of your boat. Every fish cost will increase the weight. This is the go home button. Used to finish your fishery. Used to. All right. And I'm not sure if this is intentionally wrong, but that's funny. You need to leave the lake before you get overweight, or you will lose them all. Okay. So I don't understand. So I was hitting grab. Hold on, is there... Yeah, that's fine. Oops. Alright, click on the right bait to catch them. Alright, what I don't understand is, no, don't even worry about English not being your first language, man. Seriously, don't worry about that. Tons of people are making games, and it's nice that you're making yours in English, even though it's not really your native language. Don't even feel bad about that. I don't understand what fish getting away means. So like I can throw my bait out there, and like it's nice that the bait is color coordinated so that like I don't understand how to get the bait. So like this thing, I guess I throw in, let me throw in a black one. I don't understand the point of grab. And like some of the bait were locked, some of them were unlocked. Like, what was that all about? Like, does this thing need to be rotating? Grab is only for the fish that are escaping from your boat. Oh, fish escape from your boat. Oh, that's cute. Clearly some did when I wasn't looking just now. So is fish escaping from my boat the grab? If I grab enough, does the fish stop escaping? Okay, that seems to be what happens. That's really unclear. Like, that's really unclear. You need to make there be something going on over here for that. It's also not really obvious. Like here, I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna start again. Like, why can't I use some of these baits? Like, what is going on here? Why is there this spinning wheel of bait where I can't use some of them, and then if I wait long enough, I can? Are the baits on a cooldown? What fish is escaping? I haven't caught a fish yet. Let me let this fish escape. I lost a fish. I lost an imaginary fish. I'm continuing to lose imaginary fish. So generally in a fishing game, I don't know how many fishing games you guys have played, but in a fishing game, the action of fishing, the thing that is interesting about fishing is the casting and the reeling in of the fish. And you have opted to make that not part of the game. So, like, if I am casting my rod and the fish is in the circle, I just get the fish. And, like, it doesn't feel earned. And, like, I don't know if that's something unique to people who go fishing or not, but, like, ooh, that's a big-ass fish. I would love to know how to catch that. Let's try this one. Is this the thing I use? Is it a rainbow? Is it a, like, is it this one? Is it a rat? Do you need a rat? Do you need a rainbow? Oh, it is a rat. Okay. I'm gonna just go home. Fuck you. I want that fish. That is my fish. 800. I thought the circle was the effective range, but you can only put bait in if they touched it. Yeah, I thought that was the case too, Raiju, but I don't think that's how it works. So, like, it doesn't... Okay, this circle effect, this glowing effect is too big. Like, the fish needs to, like, it's fine that some of the fish sometimes glow, but, like, that needs to be more consolidated to the fish to visually, like, show that only this fish is glowing, because, like, it's huge. The circle... I don't think the circle needs to be there. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of things about this game that just kind of, like, it doesn't feel great. Like, the fish escaping thing keeps on happening randomly, and, like, that, separate of the bug, if I had a ton of fish, I wouldn't, like, you're not making me look forward to pressing this grab button a bunch to hang on to that fish. Like, like, when I caught that really big fish, like, the really, really cool giant fish that I happened to luck into catching, like, I just had to throw a rat in the water. Like, I would have loved to mash the mouse button or, like, do something really hard or really fast to earn that fish, to, like, make that fish feel impactful and big and important, but you didn't, like, I didn't. I just got lucky, and I threw the bait in. And the fish bit it, and I instantly caught it. And so, like, I would say that, like, a lot of the core things for your game, like this as a game, from a prototyping standpoint, isn't hard to prototype. I don't know if you guys went through, like, a bunch of different iterations, or if you just came up with this idea and said, this is the idea we're making and we're going with it. But, like, it's not hard to, like, make some objects move around, put a circle, like, put a circle collider down, and then have a rotating thing and a thing that you have to click every once in a while. Like, that's a thing that you should be able to prototype, and with, like, terrible art and, like, a top-down camera, and you should be able to say, is this fun? Like, does this game feel like a fun game that I want to keep playing? And for me, it doesn't. Like, for me, like, this wheel of bait where it's like, I'm looking, I kind of know which fish need the bait and I kind of don't. Like, the art's all great. But the underlying game, I'm not interested in getting to the point where my boat can be big enough to cause a weight issue. And the models and the lighting are all great. 100%. But, like, I think the fish escape thing needs to be cut immediately. Like, this is bad. This is bad for a variety of reasons. Chiefly being that, like, you are trying to make the player make the decision about whether they should go home. Like the thing that your game is building up to is your boat being too heavy, and you having too many fish. And so, like, if that's never happening, if, like, if every time I like catch one fish, I have to, you know, do the boat fighting thing, to to like make sure like now I have to okay, so I'm just gonna try to count how many fish I can get on average, because like this is like 7 seconds or 5 seconds of me not clicking on what to me are basically a random roulette wheel of like, is the fish in there? Like, oh good, that one was in there. Alright, now I'm clicking again, so that was like what, 3 fish? So every 3 fish I have to take a moment to click a ton to not lose the fish. Alright, let's throw the rat in there. Great. Let's throw this thing in here. Great. It kind of looks like the thing's like starting to rotate a little bit, but like this isn't fun. This grabbing the fish thing is like actively undermining the fun of the game. And like what would be interesting, in my opinion, would be if you could always select the right bait, but like you had to click the bait and like click towards the general direction of the fish, of like having it be like a bit of a game where like you have to you know, do that skill, because right now it's just like, are they in the circle? Yes, no. Is the bait in the wheel? Yes, no. If it is, great, you can get the fish. But like, okay, I caught 3 fish, time to click a bunch to make sure the fish doesn't escape. Alright, and the fish didn't escape. And, like, it doesn't even tell me which fish is escaping. Like, I don't know if it's going to be a little shitty fish or if it's going to be my prize catch. Like, there's no tension there. And, like, I literally was casting and now I have... Like, I don't know if I can cast and stop the fish from escaping at the same time. But that just feels really awkward and weird. Like, right now I'm intentionally trying to go as hard as I can into... And so, yeah, I can stop the fish from escaping while casting. That feels weird. It should be like a choose one or the other sort of thing. But like, I'm going out of my way to try to catch as many fish as I can to kind of see what your game is doing in terms of when it gets too heavy. Because I'm really curious. I'm genuinely curious what that like sort of end thing is. Where like, because it kind of looks like the boat's rocking a little bit. Maybe I'm gonna fall out of the boat. Maybe something bad's gonna happen. Like, it doesn't seem like having more. So it looks like this is going faster by having more. But like, is that like, this was already a thing that annoyed me. So having it go fast isn't making it more fun. There's the clicking again, where I'm just like, all right, now I get to do that. And so now I'm just kind of waiting for a fish to go in there, and there we go, that one happened to be the right one. Like, the color coding the lures to the fish is fine, but, like, I don't think the fish are visually distinct enough, and I don't think the lures... I think you've got too many kinds of lures and too many kinds of fish, to the point where, like, it's hard to keep track, because you have, what, like... It looks like 6 lures, or no, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4... You must have, like, somewhere in the realm of 10 lures. Somewhere around there. You've got 10, let's say you've got 10 lures and 10 fish. Like, that's a lot to keep track of for me not being able to see all of them at the same time, and me having no idea as to, like, how, like, which one matches up with which, other than the fact that I know they're roughly the same color. Like, I was trying to get that shiny one, but, like, the fact that, like, oh, I see there's a shiny one in there, and then I'm just kind of waiting, and waiting, and waiting, and hoping that the shiny, the lure that corresponds to the shiny one shows up. And, like, I guess it was this lure? It was that lure, okay. So, like, that's not super fun. I'm trying to be, I don't know, I'm trying to be more constructive other than just shitting on this, because, like, obviously... I would say some background music could definitely help. I like the kind of birds chirping. I like the sort of atmosphere of the game. I like your fisherman guy. I think he's cute. I still don't know which one to use for the rainbow. Like, the rainbow feels like it should be a really, really important one. That's like, oh man, that rainbow lure. If you use that rainbow lure, you're gonna catch a really sweet fish. But like, that's not necessarily, I still don't, I haven't seen a fish sweet enough to require the rainbow lure. The rat fish was the only fish that I thought was sweet enough for the rainbow lure, and the rat thing, you know, needed the rat. So let me see if I can get to the end of your game here and knock him out of the boat. Because in my opinion, that is the victory condition, right? Because, like, I know the victory condition is you go home and get a high score, but nobody wants to go home and get a high score. People want to see what happens when you fucking have too many fish. That's the thing that's going to be engaging about the game, or, like, interesting and fun. That's like the goal, is make this silly fisherman fall out of his boat. So I guess the next fish, I'm going to see whether anything interesting happens with this. Go with a black lure. You sank. Great! Great. So he falls in, he goes in the water. The fish all get free. It's chaos and escaping. The rainbow is for the rarest fish. Well, maybe I didn't see the rarest fish, but if in a full playthrough I didn't see a thing where the rainbow should be used, then it's spawning too rare. Especially for a Ludum Dare game. I think the sinking thing is funny and cute. I wish that the rest of the game... I wish that was something that you could trigger more often. I wish it didn't take me so long to get there. I wish that the grab thing wasn't there, and I really think that, like... if you really want it to be about picking the lure based on a timing mechanic of, like, maybe the fish is in there, maybe he isn't, but you gotta use the lure... And oh, you didn't use the lure when the fish was in the right spot. Like, there's got to be a better way that you can go about, like, really forcing that mechanic to work. Because clicking on a roulette wheel when a fish is active in the circle, to me, is not fun, or and is not, like, it doesn't feel good to do. It doesn't feel like you're really simulating a fishing experience. So, wow, negative 4,600. That's cool. Yeah. So this is a game, and I've seen a lot of games that are like this. I mean, I don't think that he needs that. I think that him sinking is fine. I think it would be kind of funny if, like, the boat overturned and he, like, was flailing in the water, or, like, just, like, floats away. Like, there's a lot of cute ways of doing it without getting super dark. I think this background music should be playing when you're in the game, because this is really calming, nice music. And so having the game be, like, totally quiet, I get that fishing is about quiet isolation, but, like, your game doesn't stand on its own in terms of, like, the gameplay to keep you engaged without that music. I think that music needs to be looped. Whoever made that music needs to export it in a way that is looped properly, so that it just is a continuous loop playing without that sound dip. I think this game looks really polished. I think the art looks amazing. I think the lighting looks amazing. I just think that the core gameplay needs a lot of work. And that's, like, you know, for me as a one-man team, that's the thing that, like, I feel needs to be prototyped first and, like, really worked on to be like, do I have a fun core idea of what the game is going to be? And then once you have that, build the art, build the assets, make everything sort of support that core idea. This feels like the idea was made, it was not prototyped, and then the assets were made, and then it was just put together from there without any real testing or improvement. And there might have been small testing or small improvements of, like, oh, this looks different, this should be a different color. Like, I get that, like, there were probably, like, iterations that you guys went through where it was like, this could be better, we need to change this, and, like, there were small polishes, but, like, the fundamental game of fish in circle, click on rotating bait wheel, that doesn't feel good. So thank you so much for sharing. I'm sorry, I tried to end with, like, some positivity about, like, the way your game looks, because it really does look greater than anything I could possibly hope to make. It just, you know, you guys seem like you're a good set of artists, but, like, you guys need more practice, more experience in terms of, like, designing game mechanics and game basic gameplay stuff. So thank you so much. Hopefully No problem, man. Yeah, I feel bad when I'm like overly negative on a game, but like it's always interesting. I felt the same way with that hotel game from yesterday, where I was like, everyone in my chat was like, "This game looks amazing. It sounds amazing. It's so awesome," and I'm sitting there playing, there being like, "This isn't very fun." So anyway, Pull Pals is the creator of Pull Pals here. Also, we've got some more things that I need to put in chat, or in the queue. We've got Sugar Plum Summit, and we've got My Nuts Weigh Me Down. I'm just gonna call that Nuts. Oh, that's cute. It's about squirrels. Okay. We are here. 1, we know the camera sucks. We are going to fix it. 2, there's a bug where you can't click inside the goals. Other than that, tear us apart. Great. All right. Camera sucks. I will try not to focus on the fact that the camera sucks. In previous games where the camera has sucked, I haven't. Because, like, I understand that that's a thing that can be easily fixed. I've tried to concentrate on, like, fundamental gameplay problems where, like, for the list, please. My nuts weigh me down. Yeah. That's what you're in the list under nuts. You're definitely in there, Slidar. Okay. Zone 1, 2, and 3, Pull Pals. Full screen this. Oh, this is kind of fun. Why did I lose? I don't think I should lose if I'm only attached by one thing. Okay, so I don't have to actually be attached. I can just hold it there. That's kind of fun. I would say, for starters, make it more apparent. Like, come up with a better story for why you lose when you're controlling the thing and just holding it with your mouse and nothing else. We have a bounds on the level, so the level must be too small. Sure. One thing that I think you should try is, if you don't want the player to be able to just drag the character around by one thing. So, like, this is fun. I think this is a really good, like, this is a fun and playful, like, ragdoll physics thing where he's just kind of moving around doing his thing. One thing that might be interesting, and, like, I don't know, this is just an idea. It might be worse, it might be better. When I don't know. The only thing I'm thinking of is, like, when you move the thing, don't move him, but then, like, when you attach it, have him suddenly... What the fuck? So he can spawn extra legs? That's a mechanic that you really haven't brought up at all. a monster had a million legs. Was I seeing stuff? I mean, it seems like you can have the monster have more legs. I guess my question is why? Like, it's fine that, like, that's a mechanic that's in the game, but why is it in the game? Is it require, like, are the levels requiring that? Like, it doesn't feel like they are. So yeah, so like, we need to teach that through the levels. Sure. You only have 3 levels. Like that seems like a superfluous. That seems like an unnecessary mechanic. I feel like you spent a lot of time adding that mechanic, and you don't have anything in your game that supports it. And so like, if you want to make him have more arms. Like, the fact that you can add... It will be required to beat levels, right, but, like, why? And how many can he have? And how are you limiting it? Like, the thing is like, this... Is this inherently fun? Like, is there anything... Is this better? It's a cool idea, like, it's an idea you had, but is it better? Is this a better game now that he's a monster with a million arms? Is that more fun? Have you made a level that this is required for that is objectively more fun than only having 4 arms? If you can't answer that question, then, like, I don't know. I mean, it certainly looks silly, but I feel like you can, adding and cutting. Sure. I feel like there needs to be some structure to it. I think if you want to make levels where you have to add and cut, I'm really curious how you're going to make a level where you require a cut. But, like, I think it should be a thing where, like, you only have so many arms, and, like, you can maybe pick up the ability to add more arms. And so, like, there's a very clear limit to how many arms you currently have in the level, or how many arms you can currently create. And if you're going to have a game that's not only about having a ragdoll that has stretchy arms and all of this good fun stuff, which is fun and good, you need to make the player create arms in the first level. It was supposed to be on level 3, the arms add weight. I just don't see it. Like maybe it's because I figured out that you can drag to, like, just hover wherever you want. I think there are other ways to add weight than adding arms. I think he could eat things. I think you could make levels where, like, you have to drag him around and he eats food and he gets fatter. I think that there are better ways to add weight to the character than adding more things, more limbs that you can use to attach to things. I think that the mechanism for adding limbs should be, like, can be, not necessarily should be, but can be separate from the mechanism for moving around. And that, like, it doesn't make sense from a, like, playing perspective that this creature can just generate mass to have more limbs. Like, that's not an intuitive concept. It's not like, oh, I need to be heavier. Let me just drag a bunch of arms out. That will make me heavier. There's nothing intuitive about that to a player. That's not how creatures work. That's not how anything works in the real world. Like, there's this idea of, like, game logic, where, like, okay, the game has its own internal logic. Like, if you look at Zelda games, none of the physics in Zelda games makes sense, like, truly makes sense in the real world, but it makes sense in the game world. Like, you know how you think the things should move. And even though that's not true to how a physics simulation would work, it's true to the fake physics that exists. And so, like, there is a fake physics thing happening in this game where, like, you expect that these arms can be stretchy. Like, that is a thing that you expect. You haven't like, the idea of creating more mass on the character sounds great. I just think that, like, it should be like he has to eat apples while he's getting through the level before the goal will appear. Or maybe he's eating apples and then there are, like, switches or something, and he has to be fat enough to, like, sit on the switch to make it go, and then he can move into the next part of the wall or something. There's a lot of ways to play with that idea to create limits for, like, locking things, so you have to experience the mechanic of adding weight to the character, and then you feel how that weight that you've added causes him to stretch differently and move differently and sag lower and play differently because the dynamics of him are changing. But try level 1 for a sec, okay? I'm gonna try to drag myself over to level 1. Well, I tried. Okay, I'm in level 1. Is there anything you want me to try especially here? Like, I also don't fully understand how I'm causing his limbs to disappear. Sikir, made by Frankie Pixel Show. I'm happy to look at his game. I would feel better about it. I mean, if I'm happy to critique it. I know he's not here in chat, but I've seen him streaming before. So, okay, I get the sense that this is how I was supposed to beat it, but again, I don't really understand how to get rid of... So, like, it's a double click to get rid of the limbs, but, like, the fact that I can just do this, like, more or less, I don't know, there was something I did where I could just hold him like that. Right, so here's the thing. You're telling me cut the rope. And I'm telling you, your game never taught me how. And I know you know that. I know you know that. You're aware of that. But, like, my position is that this character doing this, and only this, is actually a sufficiently fun game. And that the adding of the extra limbs does not make the game better and maybe makes the game worse. And I know that's not what you want to hear, because I can tell that you're very emotionally attached to this idea that he gets more limbs and gets heavier, and that you really think it's a great idea. And I'm just telling you that, like, while it probably looks silly, I think that, like, in its raw, untapped form, being able to do this forever, isn't, like, I like the stretchy noises that it makes when it's like, oh, you weigh so much, oh god. But, like, I would, like, if you wanted him to have a couple more limbs, that's fine if he's, like, hiding limbs and then they, like, come out and, like, you can actually have, like, 6 limbs instead of 4, but you have to, like, click drag, or something. Like, that's fine, but, like, yeah, I don't know. My position is just simply that more limbs is not better, and that if you want to add a weight mechanic, you can do that, but there are better ways of doing that. Because, like, the fun in this game is just kind of him flopping around and being, like, a sticky ragdoll that you need to move to different positions. And, like, the game maybe is puzzly and worthwhile when you can't do this, when you can't just hold him in the right position. And there are ways to fix that. But the space, the puzzle space, for more than 6 limbs, let's go with 6. Like, I'm fine with 6. The puzzle space for more than 6 limbs is too complicated for a player. So, like, if you have a goal position and a bunch of if you have a bunch of goal nodes, or like anchor points, and you have a goal that's, like, around that, and you need to line him up by, like, putting him on the right points. If you have more than 6 limbs, the amount of different attempts the player needs to make to figure out like just the right distance, the right balancing distance, is too many. And so if you can make them have infinite legs and like just connect to the points in all of these different combinations, like I just think it's too much. I think it's too much. I think it's a cute game. I like the background music. I like the noises. I think the baby noises are cute. I like the art. I think this is a really cute game idea. Hi, wife. No. Yes. I don't have a lot else to say on it. Like, that's just my those are my thoughts. Is like I know it's a very short game. I know that like you had this idea. It's you've got these goals. It's this puzzle game. It's kind of fun. It's physicsy. He swings around. It's very playful. I think that the I do kind of get where you're coming from with like you want to create this sort of like monstrous thing here where like, oh my god, he's so big and crazy and he's got so many legs now, what are you gonna do with him? And like I can see that, but I'm not saying, you know, I'm gonna revise my statement. I'm not saying no extra legs. I'm saying extra legs with a what's the word I'm looking for? With not a lattice, with you build a trying to think of like a structure that you build up around a thing, and for whatever reason I can't. Scaffold, thank you. With a scaffold. Like having a scaffolding where like there are rules for when you can and cannot get more legs, and maybe you'll reach this point where you've got, oh my god, he's got so many legs. I mean, it seems to be double clicking on the cutting, and like it doesn't control well. That's what I have determined with the cutting, is that like the difference between cutting and letting go, like it's not really obvious to me or intuitive how the cutting is supposed to work. I know that like sometimes if I just left click enough, things magically get cut, and sometimes if I left click, I just let go of the thing I'm attached to. So like I think it should be right click to cut, left click to do something else. Is that what I'm missing? I mean, it's kind of funny that I can just do this. So cutting. Okay, so it's a swipe to cut. Okay, that's what I was missing. If it's a swipe to cut, like again, not at all obvious. Like, not at all obvious. Yeah. Okay, with swipe to cut, it feels good. I'm not sure how to make that better. Pretty intuitive, you think? Well, that's nice that you think that, but I did just play the game for, 20 minutes, and I never figured that out. Because the game is about clicking on things and dragging them to a new position. There's nothing in any of the levels that says, oh, hey, you can get rid of these limbs. And, like, the fact that, like, I can get rid of the limbs by, like, doing just a little bit of a cut, I'm like, oh, I did something. I did something by just clicking. Let me just click some more. Like this, like if you're gonna make it so it's a cut, it has to be a minimum distance of a cut. Like it shouldn't be an ambiguous thing between a click and a cut. It should be, you definitely fucking cut. The fact that the cut, the way the cut works is kind of weird in terms of the way that like it's trying to follow the mouse, but it still maintains an anchor point. That's an interesting choice for animation. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I think as a mobile game, like again, you'll run into the same problem where you'll need to have a minimum swipe distance for the cuts. Yeah, I think knowing now what you mean with the cuts, I would have to see some levels. I would have to see some levels where you have more limbs and less limbs, But like, I do think from a teaching perspective, the game should 100% start with him having one arm and you needing to drag a arm out. He should not start with 4 arms. Like, if adding and removing limbs is core to your gameplay and you feel like that is the thing that you are doing in this game, you are swiping to cut arms, you are dragging to move arms, then I think there are a couple of things. You shouldn't be able to reposition arms. Like, if adding arms and removing arms are the fundamental things for your game, when I do this, I should have to cut. I should not be able to remove an arm. I should have to cut it. Because otherwise, I don't feel like it's a necessary game mechanic. And like, this is fine. If I'm like, oh, I'm moving to there, like, and like, that shouldn't have created an arm. If like, I can only create an arm by like moving it to a anchor point, and I can only remove an anchor point by cutting an arm, then I can get on board with the idea that you just keep on creating arms. I would still love to have some limits on how many arms you can create, but I think that makes more sense to me, because like, you know, playing this level like this is also an interesting game, like in terms of like, oh, I have to like move to this one, now I cut the old ones, now I move to this one, now I cut the old ones, but allowing me to both like reposition the arms he has and create new arms seems like kind of wearing pants and suspenders at the same time. It's like you have two mechanics that fundamentally do the same thing, and trying to make levels around forcing you to use one mechanic than the other is going to just cause confusion for your player. And so like, if I can only really keep track of two things, which is creating arms and cutting arms, I think it's a tighter game. That's sort of where I've come around to on the vision that you're trying to do with that game. Alright, that was Pull Pals. We're doing Shotgun City next. Thank you so much for sharing your game. Thank you for being so receptive to the feedback I have. Obviously, I'm not like, you know, I'm not the great god of all things gaming, but you know, I'm trying to give constructive feedback that I think can help make these games be better, or that I think that people can think about for moving forward with more games. Is the creator of Shotgun City in chat? It'd be nice if your mute button worked. I guess it's not a button, it's an M. Thank you so much for the thank you. You're very welcome. Also, I need to add Bug Burra. All right, Kadiki, you are here. I think it's supposed to be Bug Burrow. I think Burrow is spelled like this. That's just a note for Bug Burra. Or Bugberg? I guess it's Bugberg. You're not Bug Burrow, it's Bugberg. Never mind. Bugbra. Bugberg. The ending H is weird to me. Alright, Shotgun City. Wasad to move, space, or left mouse to fire. Alright. The thing about shotguns is, the more you have, the worse it is. Okay, I like shotguns. I have a oh god. Killed one jerks. Okay. I can't turn left. Ah. Okay, I've got notes already for this. So it's a cute idea. It's like every shotgun you get adds another direction that you're able to fire. I'm full of shotguns! Right you are, sir. Where's some more health? Oop, I died. Okay. Okay, so I like the basic idea of every additional gun you get gives you another direction that you can shoot. I think that's good. I think that that's a fine idea. Like it's you know, it reminds me of Hotline Miami. It's just like instead of the game, being what Hotline Miami is, it like kind of takes that and says, okay, but now you can't aim and you need to kill people to get the ability to aim, to add more aiming. Please look at our game too. I will add "Don't lose your marbles" to my queue. So, a couple of things I would do is when getting new shotguns, I would not add them clockwise, or I wouldn't add them in a circle around the player. I would add them front, back, bottom, top, or top, bottom. Like, I would try to add them in a way where, like, the next shotgun you get feels like, oh, now I can shoot behind me. Oh, now I can shoot up. Now I can shoot down. Because like, going from being able to shoot forward, they're added randomly? Okay. Well, it felt like they were added in a circle. I wouldn't add them randomly. I would add them in a way where your next shotgun feels useful. So that, like, the first couple shotguns you get improves the game substantially in terms of, like, being able to shoot in a different direction. Because the way it was added, where it added, like, it had forward, and then I had, like, I guess I had one that was like 90 degrees, or not 90 degrees, 45 degrees up from my last one. I've added to Darefus Blacksmith Homie. I guess it's just called Blacksmith. And so, like, that felt really bad. And, like, maybe it's a random thing. Maybe it's like it's effectively a 2 in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's a 2 in 7 chance that you're gonna have that. But it's still, like, that's a 2 in 7 chance that your game feels bad. The gunfire was a little... Like, I guess the idea is they are shotguns. I didn't have a good sense of how far the bullets were going. I also felt like the gun shot kind of slow for what I wanted it to. But, like, I understand it's supposed to be a shotgun. Shotguns aren't really rapid fire, but, like... I felt like it could maybe have a slightly less long cooldown on the shooting. The music... Let me see the music here. Darefus, thank you for the follow. Music's not bad. I think the sound balancing is a little off. I think it's just too loud. I think it's just, like, everything is just too loud. How does it get worse as it goes? It seems it gets better. It's worse for everyone else. Is how he did that systematic, which is fine. You know, the worse it gets for everyone else that's on your killing rampage. Like, that's fine. That's, you know, I'm not here to tell people how to do the dare. I'm here to try to help people with the basics of game design. You have different colored enemies, but I don't think that means anything for how they work or move. It's a nice change up so that they look different. It feels a little cheap and shitty that the enemies get to aim but you don't. So, like, that's one thing to play with, is, like, maybe the enemies all have a shotgun that's only pointed in, like, a single direction as well, and they have to move to put you in that direction and in order to shoot you, so that there's a little more counterplay in the way you move around the enemies. Because if, like, it just feels like you're insanely handicapped between you and the enemies. Yeah, concern about friendly fire could be interesting. Obviously, like, there's a lot of ways you could do that. I'm not a huge fan of friendly fire in games like this. I think that, like, generally you just want to shoot at everything, and that, like, forcing you to not want to shoot at something doesn't feel great. The art obviously is like, it looks like it's a one-man job. It is what it is. I'm not going to tell you that you need to get better at art. I think that, I think that you did a lot with the time you had and the amount of artistic talent that is availed to us programmer types. I like the reflections that the characters have. I think that's a nice touch. I wish that the walls felt like they were part of the level more, because you've got this rain splatter, you've got this sort of people standing with a reflection going on, and then you've got these walls that are just really flat, and you've got the health pickups that are really flat. So I guess I wish that, like, I don't need them to look better, I just need them to look like they're more part of the world. I think the movement. I think it's a little bit too hard. I feel like the enemies should move. I don't know. I don't know if they should move slower. I don't know if the player should move slower or faster. It just felt like it was really hard to shoot the enemies, and it was hard to move around them in a way that I could shoot them. I don't know if it's that it's too fast or too slow, though, in that respect. I think the enemies maybe the enemies should be, like, a little faster. I would love to see some pickups to change speed things. I'd love to see some more things going on. But, like, fundamentally you made a simple game where, like, you pick up extra shotguns as you go, and that lets you shoot in more directions, and you feel more powerful as you do that. Walls look top-down, but the players are seen by the 45-degree camera. It clashes a bit. Yes. That is exactly what I'm saying. Actually, I want to go back one point, just one game to that Pull Pals. You guys said your camera sucked. Your camera didn't suck. I'm not sure why they were immediately saying their camera sucked. I didn't think their camera sucked. It wasn't like amazing, but like it centered on the thing I was interested in seeing. I don't have a whole lot else to say about this. Because, like, I mean, it's a small little game. It's a single level game as far as I can tell, and it's just like you kill things and you get more shotguns. I think there's a lot of places you could take that. I think that the idea of getting more and more weaponry to shoot in different directions and do different things is funny and fun. I think you could do it. You could do something with more than shotguns. I think you could just have a game that's like this, where, like, every time you kill someone, you pick up their gun and it gets assigned to a direction. Yeah, cool. Let me move on. Rocket Jump. Is the creator for Rocket Jump still here? Cool. Let's get started on this one. All right. HTML5. Play game. Does this just do the thing I want it to do? Great. Okay. Just gonna boot that up in Firefox. I guess that's kind of true. Although that like. The funniest gun, not the funnest gun.
No, you shake it! You shake it!
Really? Hosting your games on an ad-driven site? Get out of here. Welcome back. Thanks for rocking them.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Rocket Jump. Interesting. This is interesting because, like, I can't tell if this is a rocket heading towards something that's already blowing up, or if this is a weird rocket with no nose cone and fire coming out the back, moving away from an explosion. WASD to move, space to jump, left click to shoot, R to restart. Okay. K to increase mouse sensitivity. Is there a way to invert the mouse? I think that'd be asking too much. I have 7 ammo. 8 ammo. Okay. Keep in mind that the rockets are not weightless. The less rockets you have, I see. Okay. Cool. Cute idea. I have to get over there. Okay. Let me shoot. It's interesting that I have to be pointed at something to shoot. Okay, that was weird. Okay, so there's no sound. That lip is a little rough. Let me try it with just one rocket. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I need at least 2. Actually need 3, okay. Didn't know Jolt had ads. Alright, motherfucker. 1, 2, 3. Should have done that closer. Okay. So what I will say is having this be a collision lip that's raised is really obnoxious. This should be a pit that you have to jump over instead of a red thing that you have to avoid. I wish that wall wasn't a kill wall. I wish that was just a wall. Alright, well, I'm going to try this with 4, I guess. Alright. Didn't think I could... You will fall through the translucent platform. Why? Like, what is the point of that platform? But it boosts you further than the normal floor. So I'll fall through it, but if I shoot at it, I'll... So, like, the thing that I'm doing here is I am shooting and jumping at the same time. That's how a rocket jump works. So am I correct in saying that, like, I need to shoot this? Okay, so I need to shoot that, and it will make me go higher, but I can't land on it. That is a very unintuitive game mechanic. That, like, there's a thing that looks like a floor that your rockets can interact with, but you cannot. Okay. All right. The idea of having to, like, the idea this level is difficult in ways that, like, it shouldn't be. Oop, apparently that didn't work. This game could definitely benefit from sound. But like, I don't. Okay, 2. Okay, it looks like I need to go through that platform, but it feels like I'm never going through it. Like, I understand that, like, there's a platform there. Let me shoot one bullet away. There's a platform there, so if I... Let's see here. There are rockets in the air, so I guess I'm going to shoot another rocket. There we go. And, like, I shot while I was on the platform, but I didn't have enough momentum to get to the next platform. Yeah, I think that, like, the basic concept of using a rocket jump for, like, a platforming tool is interesting. I think you can make I think you could make a game around that. I just think that this game is still really rough. And I think that this level, I think that your Sleepy Strix, thank you. Just put him in chat and I'll add you to the queue. I think it is less interesting and less fun to play a game where you are constantly dying and restarting to the next level or to the previous checkpoint than it is to go for
a particular jump and then maybe fail to make it over a ledge, and then you're back at the bottom and you have to try again. Look at Mirror's Edge. How many pieces of platforming in Mirror's Edge will kill you and cause you to restart the level if you fail, versus how many minorly inconvenience you and make you run back and do it again? Those are the games that you want to be emulating. Games that are about traversal, and Titanfall is another good example. Having every single jump in this game be you fucked up, you die, you start over, sucks. It feels really bad. It feels like I want to be the guy, or I want to be the Bashi, but without the I don't like those games, but some people do because they're really, 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 really hard stuff. But that's a really, 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 really hard thing based around a very, very, very well understood game trope of you are a 2D platformer, you can see everything, and you can wall jump and shoot. Those games are based around tight mechanics. Your game doesn't have the tight mechanics and well understand movement to support the crushing difficulty. And so if this was about climbing up linked my game Friendly Fire a couple minutes ago, wasn't sure if Nightbot complained. Friendly Fire, I didn't see it, please link it again. Nightbot will complain, but you can ignore him. He won't ban you. So yeah, this would be a better game if instead of moving through these floating platforms, you were climbing a castle or a mountain, or you were trying to get up something in a way where this movement allowed you to get higher, and with each area, you get enough ammo in that area to get to the next part, but you're not sure how many ammo you should use. You should hang on to, and you're not, and if you don't have enough to get all the way to the top of a thing, maybe you do have to go backtrack a little bit, not all the way, but a little bit, to refill a little bit, to try the next jump again and get further. It's about sort of building up that player knowledge and that player experience in a controlled environment where they feel like they can experiment and fail. Because this game doesn't have that. This game, I don't feel like I can experiment. Friendly Fire on. All right, that has been added to the queue. And it feels like by far the weirdest thing about it, and this is just fundamental to rocket jumping, which is why I don't think it's a good mechanic in general, is that you are not looking where you're going. If you played TF2 at all, if you played old style Quake, I used to play a lot of TF2, and rocket jumping in TF2 is about looking down, firing, and knowing the map perfectly. It is about knowing how to air strafe, to shoot the demo man over there. Any game that involves rocket jumping involves a deep, very, very memorized understanding of the map, so that you just know where you are, you know where you're going, you know where to look, you know what your arc is going to be when you're going. So making an explorative, death-heavy platformer, 3D platformer around a movement mechanic that was originally made, or it wasn't really originally made. It was originally just a glitch in a game that was sort of used as a way of getting an advantage over people. I mean, there's another game that kind of fits into this, but not really. It's a game where you just wave dash as a platformer, and the entire movement mechanic is literally doing wave dash inputs to skid across the ground and try to build up speed. And so there definitely have been games that have been built around those things, but the levels complement the movement mechanic. And the kinds of levels where you rocket jump in a Quake game or a TF2 map don't involve a lot of pitfalls and death traps. They involve being able to land basically anywhere, and if you fail the jump, you can just go back and try the jump again. And so I think you need to create more of a marriage between what is your fundamental game and movement mechanic and what your level design is. But like, you know, for what it is, you know, like obviously you made a game that's like pretty functional. I wish that your rockets I do wish that your rockets were rockets. Like I wish you could shoot them, because right now it's weird when I'm not facing anything. The ammo doesn't go down and the projectile doesn't come out, and I'm not really firing a gun. And so like at that point, does it matter that it looks like a rocket launcher? Couldn't it just be like you're punching the ground with an explosive punch? Couldn't it be anything? Like what is the rocket launcher adding if you're not actually putting a rocket into the area and I get to see it go? So yeah, thank you so much. Hopefully that was useful. I'm not sure if you were taking notes or if you were just really silent, but thank you for submitting your game. I think that it's a great start. I think that you can definitely do something with that. I've seen other games like in those genres. I just think that you need to really tighten up sort of what you need to get a better understanding of what rocket jumping is good for and not good for, and what kinds of levels you should be like building for your game based on that. All right, the queue has been updated. No problem, dude. Night Before Christmas. Sugar Plum Summit. Holy mobile game. This is a mobile game. Do not rate this version. Okay, would you like me... Thank you, Jami, for just immediately jumping forward. Would you like me to look at the newest version of the game or the version of the game that you submitted? Garrett... Did you make a game? Did you look? I forget, Gary. Did you even look at my game? Glad to hear it. You just want to be involved. Okay, so the one you submitted. Okay. I mean, I'm happy to do the post-jam one if, like, you've made changes and improvements and that's, like, the more polished product. Like, I don't care which one. I'm interested in which one you want feedback on. And if I'm hearing, like, 9 choruses of, oh, yeah, I fixed that in the next version, maybe I should be playing the next version. Some balanced things changed. Okay, well, I'm going to play the balanced version of the game. Like I'm gonna play the version that you think is the better version, because this is feedback about game design. This isn't so much about like the Ludum Dare thing as it is like people who are making these games. Okay. Here we go. Made with Unity. Very much a mobile game. Let's do this. Play game. Okay, a stiff. Okay. I like the music. Oh, see, I thought those things were bad. The bullets need to be bigger. There needs to be some sound effects associated with the bullets, I think. I like the concept. Oh, that's interesting. Those things hurt. Okay. I don't really know where my health bar is or if I have one. That would be nice. It would be nice if I could understand... I see. My health are the little icons in the upper left. I guess I had so few of them I didn't really get that. Alright. There should be a... Okay. Yeah, the bullets need to be bigger and pop a little more. I would love some particle effects or glow around the bullets. I would love a glow around anything that can hurt me. Because right now, it's really not obvious when something like... It seems like it's just like anything falling down is going to kill me. And it would be nice to be able to have flourishes that don't kill you, where it's like, oh, you killed this guy, this is his corpse, versus this is his corpse and it's going to hurt you. It's weird. It's weird that solid life advice. It's weird that when I lose my last little smiley life, I'm still alive. Oh, I didn't even know I could move up and down. That changes everything. I would love some ASDF control info at game start. Are there any other controls I need to know about, or is it just ASDF? Also, you should make it so arrow keys work as well. I like that you're moving up a Christmas tree. I think that's a cute idea. I think the gingerbread men like being kamikaze bombers is a little weird. Interesting, but a little weird. I don't really understand how long the fairies stay with me. Or if the problem is that they're right on top of each other. I would make the fairies, like, forced into a line. Because right now it seems like they just all stack. And that doesn't feel good. Like, I don't really have a sense that I'm gaining a lot of fairies because they're all just lining up on top of each other. Instead, it would be better if, like, you forced the fairies to never be on top of each other so that their shots cover more stuff. Like, it seems like now they're doing that, but before, for whatever reason, they weren't. I think it's weird. It's really weird. Sometimes they spread out and sometimes they don't. And I don't understand why or when. But like when I'm stationary here, they should spread out. It seems like when I move left, they decide to all move in a line, but otherwise sometimes they don't. So that needs just to be more consistent. I'm hoping like Santa Claus is at the top and he's just gonna sucker punch me. Oh, that's fun. I like that there's a boss. At least I hope there's a boss. Oh. Oh, that's dirty. I like this. The evil star took all of my fairies, you bastard. This is a really good. I really like that this is taking that it like is using the fairies against me. That's really smart. I don't like that my bullets are so damn small that it's really hard to hit the things that I'm trying to hit. That's not fun. I think the patterns for the bullets is fine. I think there should be another thing that spawns bullets, he says as he almost loses the simple patterns. But I do think that, like, I think there should be, okay, there we go. So now I'm getting fucked by other stuff. But yeah, now the patterns are changing up. I feel like it took too long for the patterns to change up. Oh. I think it's a little too hard. Yeah, I mean, I think it is. Thanks, so I'll do that, yeah. Help you is a really good mechanic. So I like a lot of things about the boss. I think that, I think you need to look at other bullet hell games. I don't know if you're a fan of bullet hell games. I would look at Ikaruga. I would look at Jonestown. Jonestown is a game that like I think you should really steal a lot of ideas from in terms of Jonestown game. Is it James? Jonestown? Is it James? Hold on, maybe it's not. Jamestown? Jamestown. It's Jamestown, sorry. Jamestown, Legacy of the Lost Colony. I think you should look at Jamestown in terms of the bullet size to ship size, the ship hit detection for like where on your ship you can be hit versus where it's okay for bullets to pass through you, and for the number of enemy bullets on the screen, because like the way that and also for movement. Like, I'm not saying steal any of their other mechanics, but like a lot of like the way that their bullets travel, and like the ships, like if you look at these ships, like there's all of this fin stuff, but the actual hitbox for the ship is like really tight right in here. So like bullets can graze you and it won't actually hit you. This is a really good game, but like the rate of fire, the tempo, a lot of the things about this game are things that you should look at and be like, why did they do this? Why was this good? Why does this feel so good? How can I take those ideas and apply them to my game? And because like this is a Christmas bullet hell, and it's really cute and it's really cool. I think it's got a lot of potential. I think that like there's just, this is the balanced version, and I just think you need to take like 2 more passes over it in terms of balance. I think that the way a lot of the enemies move, I especially think that the guys at the end, the gingerbread men, I think they track too much for having to also avoid everything else in the world. I think that the player could move a little faster. There's just a lot of little like feel things. The Hambone, I am recording these. Twitch is recording these. They're going to my past broadcasts, and I'm highlighting them. So like yesterday I did this for a long time. I did this for like almost 12 hours yesterday, and there is a highlight where if you go to my past videos on my Twitch page, it's right up there somewhere. You can click on the videos link and say, okay, here is like this day where he did all of these games. I'm gonna try to find my game in that, and we'll look at it. But yeah, it's just a little bit of the feel. It's a little bit of like those like second level of polishes to make it so that everything, like nothing feels super bullshitty. Everything feels fair. Everything feels tight. Because I think that like I love a lot of the ideas of this game in terms of like the different enemy types. It's a very polished, finished, one level of a shoot 'em up, and it's got a really cute art style. It's got cool sounds. It obviously needs a little bit more in terms of like sounds for other things. It needs a little bit more in terms of like effects and like other things going on, but like the fundamentals are there. The whole concept of moving up the tree is really funny. I think you could do more with that. Like I noticed there are stars in this. I think you could have like stationary things that move by you. That is one complaint I have about it, is like, again, check out Jonestown, check out other games that are in this genre of game. A very common thing that will happen is there will be enemies in the ground that are locked, like turrets, that you can still blow up, but they move past you slowly, and you have to like not run into them and stuff. And so I think that you could have done fun things with like, more stuff going on in the background where there's like ornaments in the tree like gunning you down, and then they're like hiding, and then they can pop out and you can shoot them when they pop out. There's a lot more things that you can do like that. And the boss at the end is really cool. I feel like I don't remember how long it took exactly, but I think the level is a little bit on the long side for how long it takes you to get to the boss. That's my only other thought, is that like I would have to time it again and get a feel for it, but I felt like the level, it's 2 minutes. Maybe that isn't too long though. Maybe it's just repetitive. I think your level needs to have like a couple different phases. I think you should have like a couple different like here's like the first part, the second part, the third part. They can all be like, 45 seconds each. The introductory part, you only have a couple enemies, you're getting familiarized with the stuff. The second part, it gets a little harder. The third part, it's kind of like really building up to this big boss fight, and then you get to the boss fight, he takes all your fairies. I think the fairy taking thing, I think they're shooting a little much. I think that they just they deny too much of the screen, and they make it so it's a really trivial, like, this is the area where I need to be. And so, again, look at bullet hell games and look at how they handle boss fights and how they're doing like bullet spawners and the way that they use the screen space for saying, like, making it clear where it's safe for you to be, making it real, like the bullets move slowly usually in those situations so that you can like be like, oh, like this is the area. And there's also usually like a safety mechanic where it's like, oh no, I made a mistake. I can like activate something to not lose instantly because of my mistake, because it is such a long time. It takes so long to get to the boss, the end of the level. You don't want one mistake, even though you have like a lot of life. You don't want like one or two things to just cause you to lose everything. My nuts. Let me make sure. Weigh me down. Thank you so much, Jami, for like showing me your game. I thought it was really good. Thank you for the bits, VR Breakfast, and saying it was a good analysis. Definitely appreciate that. Is the creator of this game here? Do you do those feedback streams on non-Ludum Dare games? I have a game I'm working on. I would love to hear you talk about it. Also, where did you learn about game design? Can you recommend some books or something on game design? So I... Thank you, CX Squared. I am happy to give someone feedback on their game. I do feel like the purpose of this week and this stream is for Ludum Dare games, because Ludum Dare is a community, because there's a lot of people who are making these games, maybe younger people or maybe people who aren't as familiar with game design concepts, and so I'm trying to sort of give back to that community. And sort of, build these streams around specifically Ludum Dare 40, since so it's like the sort of thing we all like contributed to this. This is a thing where we're all in the same boat on. I'm happy to try to give someone feedback on a different game another day, another week. If you want to catch me when I'm just streaming and doing my own game dev stuff, I can take 5 minutes and try to give my feedback on your game. But that's not something I want to do right now. As far as game design stuff, there's a ton of books that people like on game design. Me, I went to a lot of GDC talks, Game Developer Conference. I have played a lot of games, and the Hambone, thank you so much for the follow, man. I also watch a lot of YouTube videos talking about game design. Is it Extra Credits? I think it is. There are a lot of like really good game design talks and like online resources. I know that there are many great books. In almost every GDC talk I have been to, someone always suggests a book that they say is like super good for game design. So I don't think there's any shortage of good books. I just don't particularly know them off the top of my head, because I haven't read them. I'm dyslexic. I'm a very slow reader. And so I tend to favor audiobooks or videos and things like that. Really loving the feedback you are giving while playing these entries. Thank you so much. Extra Credits, also the GDC Talk YouTube channel is a great resource. It is. If you can't afford to go to GDC or pay for the digital pass to get access to everything, they release a lot of good talks on their just free YouTube. Let me do this. Okay. Okay, my nuts weigh me down. Extract. Let me close this. So Bugberg, you're on deck, and then we've got Don't Lose Your Marbles, the Blacksmith, and Friendly Fire. If you're not in queue and you want to be, you go ahead and drop your link in chat, and I'm happy to give you criticism. Okay. Music is a little quiet. The writing's bad. Apparently, the writing is bad for the next Destiny expansion.
I don't know, it's the same as normal.
Color me shocked. Chuck and his boys like nuts. Winter is coming and he needs to gather. His family needs 20 nuts to survive the winter. Help Chuck stuff nuts into his... What was that, hole? It didn't look like hole. I almost saw nose, but I think it was hole. Wasad, F12 restart, F8, switch full screen, escape, quit, press space to continue. Alright. Press E or X to pick up nuts. Get those nuts, baby. Okay, so there are foxes that, like, kill you. How much time do I have? Is this not my tree? Okay, Q. Okay. I would have the collision on that tree be a little tighter. Okay, so I have to move up. Okay. I would also have, like, the boundaries of the level be a little better defined. Okay, so I can throw my nuts at foxes or in my hole. Up and space to get on logs. Okay. I like that I didn't die instantly to the, I don't like that I died instantly to that. Hold on. My background in game dev. Care to share? This is a game I can get behind. Yes. Big meter. So, to be honest, my background in game dev is I've been a hobbyist game developer for years, trying to sort of make games, and then I have been a professional programmer for my day job for a long time. I'm 30 right now. I graduated college at I graduated from grad school at 23 and worked for NVIDIA, working on their mobile stuff, and also like trying to get into some game stuff there. Didn't work out. Eventually left. Went to Google. Worked on some Google Maps stuff there. Did a lot of their stuff that involves video games at Google tends to be like making libraries for Android and things like that. And I'm much more interested in making like games as products. And so after being there for a while, like 3 years or something, I left in July, and now I have quit and I am just making games. I've put money away to make it so I can spend the next 2 years trying to make and release games. The first game I've been trying to work on and release is called Current. It's a mobile game. It was my game for Ludum Dare 39, and I'm working on that. CX Squared, you just have to link your thing in chat and tell me that you want me to review the game. Is working at Google Alts cracked up to be? It's pretty dope. Like, I have to admit, it was pretty nice working there. No! Like, I liked it better than working at NVIDIA. Oh, motherfucker. How many nuts can I carry? Oh, I can fucking murder foxes with nuts. God damn. Okay, so this is the maximum number of nuts. Throw my nuts at him. Oh, I did. You know I gave him the nuts. This game feels like it's ripe for, like, all sorts of toilet humory stuff. Okay, you guys. Oh no! I'm out of nuts. I only murdered one of the foxes. Okay, so one thing that happened there that I didn't super enjoy is the dead fox ate the nut tosses. So like I was trying to throw nuts at the other fox, and also it seems like some of the foxes take 2 hits and some of them don't. And so understanding why that is would be nice. Because right now there's no real rhyme or reason for it that I have seen as to why the foxes sometimes take 1 versus 2. Also, it would be nice if these foxes could de-aggro. It's kind of annoying that they're still aggroed. Red damage indicates crit. Okay. I guess the damage happens so fast that like that's not something that a normal player is going to notice. So maybe think about that. Huh. Why did I teleport to my home? Why did I die there? Your son Ryan will now need to complete the task. Yeah, handy bug right before I died because it thought I was somewhere else and it didn't do the log collision check properly. I would not let you crit foxes. I think that creates a weird, I think critting foxes, like, I guess I see the 8 now, but like when my first hit was an 8, I just assumed, oh wow. Man, are you seeing that pile of dead foxes? Do you know what I do to foxes? Fox, are you sure you want this? I don't think you want this, Fox. Like, it feels lucky that you get the crit, but like, it also, when you only have critted, it creates a very bad confusion sense where it's like, wait, I thought it was just one hit to kill foxes. Why am I getting 2 hits now? Also, not being able to throw things down kind of sucks. Yeah, the whole combat is a little rough. Like needing to face the direction you're throwing, only being able to throw side to side, all of that, like, I get that, like, that's not the point of the game, but it feels rough. I want to just shack up with a different squirrel across the river and leave my family and just let these nuts be enough. You know?
That sounds very painful.
It's just squirrel love, baby. Squirrel love is fickle. It is. I don't know. Does anyone know if squirrels are monogamous? I am slow walking to my... Oh, man. After a long day of murdering foxes, as squirrels are wont to do, I'm now back at my hole. Alright. I have put... Oh, God. 5 of 18. Oh. Okay, so... This takes way too fucking long to get to your goal. If, like, 18 is your goal, and, like... Oh, that was like a slog. Top rate shows you how many lets you have and how many you have left. I mean, I see that. I see that. 5 of 18. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, what? I can't, so I literally can't murder the wolves. Because I'm never going to, okay, and the level stops here. Okay. Yeah, thanks for saving me the pain. Like, oh man, okay. You use no strategy, you just try to brute force it because it isn't fun to run away from the wolves. Because the wolves, or sorry, the foxes just seem to aggro on me. And like they never lose aggro. So like if I aggro the foxes on my way to the river, I'm never going to be able to beat the game. Period. That's not fun. The game seems to... They do lose aggro? Well, I definitely crossed the river and they didn't seem to. I never tested that. Here's the thing. You're... Like, I get that maybe that there were probably things I didn't understand about your game. Like, the game feels like there should be a time limit, or that there is a time limit because you are trying to collect shit for winter. And so, like, it feels like there would be an inherent time limit. There isn't, and that means you can just go slower. You know what isn't fun? Going slow. Like, it isn't. So let's see if these guys will de-aggro. I'm going to test this. I'm going to go up. Like, I don't have a sense of the aggro range, but that they haven't de-aggroed yet is like... I'm going to grab 2 nuts. Like, they're not... They're just pacing at the edge of the river. They stayed aggro. If you hit them with a nut, they were pissed. But do you see how they're just pacing by this river? Like, and they look pretty aggroed on me now. So if I drag them to the river, I have lost the game, unless I kill them. Like, they never move away from the river. And I just hit that one with 2 nuts and he didn't die. So do you understand how like if your game is doing this, I have to assume that I need to kill them. Like, I have to assume that combat is the choice that I need to make. And then like this thing in the upper right where it's like, okay, what did I fired like 5? Fired like 5 nuts. So like the game becomes unwinnable if I use more than 5 nuts as ammo. And the most fun thing in the game, frankly, is murdering the wolves. Or the foxes. Like, that's the fun part. The fun part is throwing nuts at them and seeing them die. There's nothing fun about walking all the way down to my fucking house and feeding my family. That is not fun. Carrying nuts slowly isn't a thing that I want to do. And carrying nuts back and forth and playing a fetch quest back and forth from one side to the other while trying to like solid snake past some foxes where if I fuck up once I have to play the whole level over is not fun. Like, let me just get a sense of where this aggro range is. That's pretty fucking big. And let's see if I can get away from this guy. Okay, so he's de-aggroed. He's aggroed. Okay, so the aggro range is like basically from one of those trees to the other. Can I hide behind this tree? No, I can't hide. Okay, so I have to run behind a tree and then and then make him run away and just like put him into a different path. If you're gonna make your game around that, like, it feels like, Slidar, that's what you wanted your game to be. You wanted your game to be about outfoxing the foxes and like making them like abusing their AI mechanics to put them in places where like they don't really want to be. And like, if you want to build your game around that, fine, build your game around that. But like, they need to move more interestingly. They need to give more feedback to the player about when they're moving, and you need to be able to like distract them with other things to make them want to like. You're basically balancing between being a stealth game and being an action game. And if you're going to be a stealth game, you need stealth game mechanics. And like, if you look at Metal Gear Solid, what stealth game mechanics they have in Metal Gear Solid? You can knock on things to make them to like draw the guards to certain places. You can throw magazines of your weapon to make them be like, oh, there was something over there. I should go check that thing over there out. There's like a bunch of different things that you can do to manipulate the enemy without having them detect you. And this game doesn't provide any of that. This game requires that they detect you, requires that you then rely on bad AI to cause them to like bounce. Like, I could probably, if I wanted to, I can probably make this guy, yeah, I can cause him to basically become isolated between that tree and the wall. So let me get Chore Simulator up in here. So like, that doesn't feel natural and it doesn't feel fun. like you need something else. And so if you're going to have your nuts, like, if you're going to try to create a situation where the character has to pick between using a thing to kill an enemy and, like, brute forcing your way through versus using a thing to beat the level, you need to not let them accidentally put the level in an unwinnable state. Like, the fact that I can use up all of the nuts and still play through the level is not good. Like, the fact that I can make it so that there are fewer nuts in the world than I have to feed my family, and the level doesn't restart, or, like, the game doesn't inform me that I made a mistake, is bad. Like, the game should immediately be like, there aren't enough nuts, you lose. I don't think that using that is fun to begin with, but, like, that's... Dragon Fizz, how many links are you gonna submit? You get one game. Was it Shores or Traffic Chaos? So like the Frogger thing down here is cute. It doesn't need to exist in terms of the weird mechanics you've given for it. Down should just cause you to. You shouldn't need to hit space. Traffic, wrong game. Okay. I don't know what that means. Please just say my game is and the game that you want me to review, Dragon Fest, and I'll put that game in the list. So like this should just be the down button. There's no reason that needs to be space and down. The art is okay. The squirrel versus the foxes, it's a little weird that he's so big compared to the foxes. It looks like he should be able to just face maul those foxes. So, I'm not sure how to make the foxes seem more intimidating. But right now they don't really feel... Like, the design of the foxes, they don't feel intimidating. I get that squirrels are supposed to be scared of foxes, but the visual difference between their heights is weird. I don't understand why he just aggroed to me. For how far away he was supposed to be just now. So I don't know what it is that causes the foxes to just randomly aggro to you. But that felt like I just saw him aggro to me from across the screen. So if you're not gonna have the foxes die to the nuts, which I think is probably the right decision, I would take the nut throwing out of the game. Because it doesn't feel good, the aiming is shit, and it causes the game to be unwinnable. So if you're going to remove the nut throwing from the game, and you want the game to be about avoiding the foxes, I think you need a couple of things. You need to be able to put the nuts down in a way that doesn't break them. And you need to include some sort of mechanism where the player can interact with the foxes in terms of changing their movement pattern, or changing their targeting, or changing something about them, such that they feel like they have some control and input over how to get from point A to point B without the foxes detecting them and without just waiting. Because Q and Z dropped them, great. It wasn't a thing, like, it's great that it told me that at the beginning. It's very easy to forget that. And I definitely threw some during one of my playthroughs. But, like, if Q and Z has dropped them, don't, like, take out the throw. Just have you drop them. Dropping them is fine. Anyway, let me finish. Like, I don't know if you ever played Ocarina of Time, but, like, the areas in the castle where you're just waiting for the guards to go by, and then you have to, like, avoid them and just, like, run through at the right times... Those areas aren't very fun, but they're only marginally passable as a game because you move quickly. But it is still fundamentally you just waiting. Okay, go. Waiting. And, like, that's what this game feels like it is if you don't have, like, a way of causing the foxes to fall off your scent. Like, I would love to be able to hide in a tree. I think that would be cool. If you could, like, drop all your nuts and hide in a tree, and then, like, maybe, like, jump from tree to tree or something, or if you could like, I don't know, drop a beehive on the foxes to cause them to like bees get angry at you and the foxes run away. And so then you can like grab your nuts, and like, you know, the foxes aren't near you, and then like each tree only has one beehive, so now you've got like to only use each tree once. There's like a lot of different ways to like play with those you know, resources, and like limiting the structures that the player can have for basically influencing the environment or influencing the enemies. But yeah, like the fact that yes, the game is beatable. Maybe I misspoke when I said the game is too hard. I think the problem is that the optimal strategy for the game is boring, and so by playing the game in a fun way, it becomes too hard. Because the optimal strategy seems to be just forcing the foxes to only patrol very tight areas of the map. And that's not fun to set up, that's not fun to do. That doesn't feel like the intentional design of the game. I think the music's alright. I think the sound is okay. I like the art. I think the art's probably the strongest thing going for it, although I think the squirrel and the fox... Again, I think the squirrel maybe you could do another pass on. I don't know, there's something about the squirrel that doesn't look right. I don't know if it's its feet or what. The fox run animation looks pretty cool. I like that. Yeah, I think that's like my big points about that game. You know, I appreciate you sitting there and taking the criticism. Hopefully it was useful to you. I've limited time, good feedback, most of which I would have loved to implement. Alas, time gets the best of us. Yeah, definitely. No, I've definitely, like, for my game, I'm definitely reading through people's feedback being like, yep, that would have been good. That would have been a good thing to put in that game. I do not disagree with you. I just did not have time to do it. So that's, you know, I never want my feedback to have it to be like, you're so stupid, you didn't think about this. It's more like, I know you didn't have time. Here's what you could do in the future with this game. All right, Bugberg. Is Bugberg's creator here? And we've got Shores Simulator at the back of the queue. Let me make sure I've got that in there. Shores Simulator. Did not add. Hold on. I actually reviewed your game yesterday when you weren't in chat, just because I was waiting for people to give me stuff. I know exactly what I have for the review for Shore Simulator, because I definitely looked over it and was like, this game had problems, so I think it's just weird luck that I happened to do that, but I'm ready to do that when the time comes. Alright, show in folder. Extract. In fact, I might still have it downloaded. Yeah, I still have Shore Simulator downloaded. You didn't make any changes between yesterday and today, did you? Alright. Fix some bugs? Alright, well, I'll download the new version. Welcome to Bugbird. Grow your little bug village. Game made by Francis Columbame and... Okay, sorry, I can't pronounce people's names. Music. Cool. Arrow keys for movement. C to interact, X to use, SD for inventory. Okay, C to start playing. Okay. Okay, this is the inventory stuff. X to... I have no idea what these people are doing. I like the music. I think the art's really cute. Can I put this guy in the box? Oh, I can have them build stuff. Okay, yeah. Yeah, build me a grass bed. I need 3 grass. Can you harvest some grass for me, buddy? I don't know what I'm doing. Is this grass? Proceed to take items. I guess I'm trying to collect grass. Oh, okay, I can go off screen. Okay, okay, yeah. There needs to be an indicator. By the way, whose game is this? I will feel dumb if the creator of this game isn't in chat. Oh my god, this guy looks like a monster. Is this yours, Sick? So now I've got bugs slaving away in the mines. I like everything about that. He streams me. Okay, so this is Frankie Pixel Shows. Got it. That explains why the art's so damn good. Okay, I hope I have a way of stopping him from doing that later. Yeah, it feels like it. I haven't found grass yet. I imagine I can, like, drag people around. Right now I don't have any, like, big complaints other than the controls don't make any sense to me. And, I don't... Like, the things that I can and can't pick up aren't obvious. And, you there! I'm just gonna drag you back this way, come on. Yeah, like, in some... Yeah, build me a fountain, motherfucker. Like, it looks like I should be able to walk forward here, but I can't. But I could walk into that mine. And, like, I assume eventually my mine slavers are going to be doing useful things. I'm just gonna turn you to slavery as well. Can I steal your goop? Follow me, Mr. Chef Man. Where are my crystals? Where are my crystals, man? Alright, wait, plus C to take items or interact. He's just happy to be here. His morale's going down. Oh no. Oh no. A happy bug is a working bug. Chop down this tree. Happy bug is a working bug. Chop down this tree. Yeah, fucking work that tree. What happened to you in chopping this motherfucker down? Alright, he's bugging the fuck out. Yes, I need this. I need all of these things. I need all of the rough stone. Give it to me. Give it to me, my diamond slaves. This is really not the most intuitive inventory system, and being able to, like, interact with people and picking up items. I can build a hut in here. That's cool. We're not gonna do that. You're gonna just be out there, get in the slave corral. You get that last rock. Alright. It was a slug, and he is going to become my stonemason. For I have 24 stones, and His Highness requires a fountain. You there, slug man. Build me a fountain. I have stone blocks. I have fucking 24 stone blocks. Or I have 24 stone somethings. Are they not blocks? Right now my biggest frustration is that I have no idea how to get any of the resources. Like, I can do stuff with grass beds. Do I need to, like, drag the flies over to... Okay, give me this. Yes, I want all of the wood. And then you there. Can you do anything with this? Or with this? I guess you're gonna chop down this tree. Yeah. Having something be able to be like, hey, this thing can do this. That would be nice. Actually, like, I like the music a lot. I like the art a lot. Sound effects aren't bad. Could be better. Would be nice if they were construction sounds. This guy's a little weird. This guy's weirding me out. I don't know what his deal is, but he's weirding me out. I need grass. Grass definitely feels like it is the most fundamental component of the game, and the fact that I still haven't been able to figure out how the fuck to harvest it speaks to the game not being able to teach me what to do. Okay, now I got some grass? Okay, so I have to just, like, be in exactly the right spot to grab the grass. That's fucking not good. So you're gonna build me a grass bed. This is cute. I like the cones. I like the danger cones. I like the thing. So is this what is okay, you just get over here. What is this doing for me now? It's a building. I'm leaving. I don't see what I would have expected. By the way, it's local multiplayer only, shared keyboard. Great. Okay. Second game that I will be reviewing that was that. It's not entirely apparent to me what grass beds are good for, I guess. And that's problematic because I just fucking built one and I don't know how to use it. It's also problematic that this looks like it's a piece of grass that I can harvest, and I can't. The slave labor's nice. I like bug slaves. Can you cook for me, sir? So it looks like I can put things in Marmite. Let me try putting... storage. Let me try putting some stone in here. Okay, great. So that's probably gonna cook the stone. And then that's gonna, like, do some cool stuff. Now that I know that all this is grass, that's cool. So what did you get for me, slave? Wood. You have done well. You may build your house in this cave. If I had grass, you could build it. Instead, you will sleep in the corner. You have earned your freedom from the cave. You may bask in the sun. Alright. Is anything going on here? Alright, I'm done with this. It's a cute idea. I don't have the time to figure out how everything fucking works, and the game isn't teaching me anything. It's really hard for me to get like a feel for that one, because, like, obviously there's a lot of UI issues where, like, I don't know what I can interact with and what I can't interact with, and that's a problem. That's bad. Like, that should be apparent from the get-go. The fact that it isn't is really bad. The rule of thumb is never add network support to your game unless people ask for it to be added. That's not a bad rule of thumb. So I'm doing Don't Lose Your Marbles next. Yeah, I mean, I know Frankie Pixel Show is a really talented guy. I just feel like there were a lot of things where he was like, this is going to be obvious. People are going to know how to interact with this. And the collisions were such that, like, the fact that you can try to pick something up when there's nothing to pick up, and that the character doesn't go into a different state or pose when they can interact with something. Like, some of the times when I was dragging people around, it was nice because it would be like, I want to build a hut here, or I want to mine this thing, and a big thing would appear to show you that it wanted to do that, and that was great. And it would have been great to have that big thing for all of the other crap that I could interact with, so it wouldn't take me 20 minutes to figure out that I can pick up grass. Because I definitely tried. I definitely tried to pick up grass, and I couldn't. And so when I have failed to when I have failed to collect, it's like if I went into Minecraft and didn't figure out how to pick up dirt. You know, not a good look. Don't lose your marbles. I'm not gonna go super more in depth on that one just because Frankie's not here. He didn't ask me to review it. People wanted to see it, so it got put in queue. Extract. No problem, sick. Music. I'm M for toggle. I like In the Hall of the Mountain King. Let's see. Is there... I don't really understand what the mechanic of the game is. There are no, yeah, like I'm clicking on the marbles seems to stop them from moving. I kind of chanced into that. Like the plate is like moving in a way where I'm like, "Oh, they're going to roll off the plate." And like I thought I was controlling the plate. I don't like how the camera... I don't like how this fucking bar at the top is kind of like all over the goddamn place. Because it's like the camera... It's just giving me this weird vertigo thing. It looks like they're all going to fall down in the front. And then like the gravity doesn't really add up with that. And it's just kind of shifting around. Like nothing makes sense in this world. You know. And yet I'm hanging on to my marbles. Like I think the basic premise of marbles are rolling around and you're trying to not lose them. You know, this is very similar to the ship game I was reviewing earlier, or like giving feedback for earlier. And like I just lost a marble off the back. So like, what happens if I lose my marbles? I don't understand what the health bar is for. Oh my god, do I have, like, does the game not end until I lose all of that health bar's worth of marbles? Because, like, it seems to sometimes be regrowing. Am I missing something here? Okay, Posh, Dan, I'm assuming this is your game. Is there anything I am missing? Is there anything that I haven't figured out? It's for the late game. So there's a late game. Okay. That's not clear. I guess I will try to play a little bit more to get a sense of the late game. But, like, the fundamental gameplay... Like, I would much rather... Can I just hold? Okay, I can just hold. I don't need to click. Okay, that's not... Okay. Knowing that I just need to hold the mouse on the marbles is much... This is much better. I'm just kind of painting stability onto my marbles here. Not having to click is nice. I like the marble look. Like, they look like marbles. Well done for that. I mean, I think they could look a little more glass-like, but the inside of the marble reminds me of marbles. They look like, you know, marbles that you would have had as a kid. I don't really, like, I understand that I'm stopping the marbles from moving in a given direction by touching them. What I don't understand is really whether I'm like moving them back towards the center or if I'm just like being like, no, fuck you, don't move. Like, there's not a lot of, like, I don't really understand what I'm doing. And so I don't feel like I'm in control because of that. I feel like I'm just trying to paint the marbles with this brush of please don't fall off. And that's just sort of like, okay, that works. That's a good thing. No clicking or holding necessary. I just have to do this. Okay, well that's also, like, I think that speaks to the fact that, like, the movement, or like the input, the act of interacting with the marbles is not visually or like through gameplay interactions apparent enough for me to tell when it's on versus off. Like, it doesn't feel like, boom, I definitely touched that marble. That was an interaction. And so, like, that's, you know, when the player doesn't feel like they're in control of the thing that they're trying to influence, it doesn't feel good. So maybe creating, I mean, even just like a color difference on the marble for a visual effect, but like I think that like the creating a having a more movement-based thing where, like, oh, you touched the marble, now it's moving, because like it seems like they're just kind of drifting around and you stop them from drifting. It seems like you're forcing them towards the center, but like only marginally. Highlight affect the marbles with time constraints. Same things with the instructions. Yeah, understood. All right. How close to late game is this? Because like this isn't like this. This is a kind of a concept of like, don't let a huge bunch of balls roll off a thing. Seems like it could be fun, but the like moment-to-moment gameplay of keep moving your mouse across all of these balls isn't engaging. Like, I'm just like, alright, doesn't matter what happens. Literally, there's no decision making here. Doesn't matter what happens in the game, I'm just always going to do this. I'm always going to try to move my mouse over all of the marbles and try to just keep them all there. As they slowly move around the screen. Music is kind of a nice pickup here. Like, more marbles are spawning, that's cool. But, like, it took how fucking long to get here? How long did it take to get to a point in the game where it was, like, starting to be vaguely interesting? Like, you can't expect the player to slog through all of that build-up to getting to this point where it's like, oh, this is almost fun, this part. Because it's like, things are happening, I'm getting unlucky with where marbles are going. Oh man, I have to like make sure I keep everything in the center here, but like, really I know I can't win. Like, there's no illusion of like, oh man, if only I was playing better. Is game-breakingly good. It's a design flaw. I don't think it is. I don't think it's that it's a design flaw. Like, I don't. I think everyone in Ludum Dare is like, oh man, if only you didn't figure out that thing that makes the game so easy, then it would be more fun if the game was harder. Like, your game isn't not good because it's not hard. It's not good because I can't figure out what the hell I'm doing. Good for your wrist to do circles like that. I'm using the whole arm. I'm not wristing. I'm whole arm with the mouse. Make sure you take care of your hands, guys. Okay, let's just talk through this. One, the camera angle is not good. Like, it's nice that I can see the whole plate, but like, why don't we view it from above? Why don't we have like there's so many different ways to show a bunch of marbles tipping around. The way you have chosen to show it makes it very difficult to figure out how much of a tip it is, or like what's going on with the movement. It seems like the camera is rolling as well as the plate. Maybe that's because that's what it is doing, but like it makes it so you can't really. Yeah, I agree. Like, if you had this game in VR, maybe you could make something work. I think AR7 Max has a point there, where like, if you're like manipulating this thing and you're trying to keep all the marbles on that, maybe you could have something like that work. I mean, it reminds me a little bit of like Labyrinth marble game. Like, I don't know if you ever had one of these growing up, one of these bad boys. But like this is kind of what it reminds me of, where you're like tipping the things around, but like the difference is instead of like letting them tip, you're just like, no, don't move with this magical touch power that I have that doesn't really feel like it's doing anything. It's a challenge, not a bug. Yeah. Man. So like decide how, like, okay, so if you want your challenge to be marbles are rolling around, you need to stop them from rolling off of this thing. You need to come up with a more empowering way for the player to control the marbles. Like, you need to come up with a better way to visualize that like how the marbles are, which direction they're going, what's going on with them, and you need a better way of having the player have an impact on the marbles to make them not roll off. You know, like, even if it's something as simple as, like, this is a plate, and it's on, like, there's like a, let's say it's just, like, weirdly balanced, and there's, like, a child that's, like, reaching and pulling on one side, and you have to be like, no, and click on the other side to pull it the other way, and it makes the marbles go back and forth, and then you have to, like, move your mouse a little bit to make it so you're like balancing it back and forth to make it so it's level again, and like trying to do this because like the act of like, oh no, it's too much one way, almost too much the other way, and then like trying to bring this back to a stable equilibrium with drag, that's kind of fun. You can kind of make like an experience out of that. You can make something like that. But like the game that you made, it just doesn't make any it doesn't make me, like, I didn't know when I was doing the thing. And the players should know when they're doing the thing. Like, I think that's, like, really just the most fundamental thing I can say. I don't really get the clouds. I think the background and the plate don't make any sense and cause, like, a weird sense of vertigo. I think the health bar can be lost entirely. I think that you shouldn't keep, like, I think that the fun of the game should just be the most marbles that you can keep on the plate. And like it seemed like the more marbles you have, the more that they like get spawned, and that's fine. But like I actually think it should just spawn. You should really get past the shitty slow part much faster, because the beginning of that game is like so painfully slow because you're just sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting, and you're like, oh well, wait till the late game, and then you tell me that like, oh well, doing the circle-y bit is like way too good. If that's way too good, what the hell were you, like, how were normal people supposed to get to the late game, I guess is my position on that. Because like you understand that you've built this concept of a late game where like you can lose all of these health points, but then you're telling me that like you wish the game didn't have this, like, the main gameplay mechanic of how you could possibly get there. So yeah, those are my big pieces of feedback. Using In the Hall of the Mountain King is kind of a cool idea for like, oh, we're building tension, it's getting worse. Like, that's, you know, The Witness did that. Like, other games have done that. It's a fine idea. Your menus are all right. It's just that like, I like that you have this stuff in terms of like just having these controls. I think for like, you know, for a short jam, it's a cool start. It's not that you are like, it's not that you started off with a bad idea. It's that you didn't, you know, you basically got to your first prototype to explore that idea, and you need to throw most of it away and go back and try to explore that idea again and learn that like, well, this isn't the way that you should do this. And that's part of developing games, is like, you make something, you make it quickly, it doesn't work, and now you have to go back to the drawing board and say, why didn't it work? How can we make it better? What does work? What doesn't work? I think I think the one thing that did work in your game is having a ton of marbles on the plate and having them fall off the plate is interesting to look at and kind of fun to watch. What didn't work was the way the plate was moving and the way that the player was controlling it and the fundamental way the game was won or lost. So like we learned a lot there, and like that's how you should really look at it. But thank you for submitting it. Sorry if I went off on it. That's all I have to say about that one. Right now, the only things I have in queue are Friendly Fire and Shores Simulator. Am I missing any other things in chat? Thanks for taking a look. No problem, Dan. No problem. This 3D Surreal Blacksmith Simulator. Make life yours. Your choices matter. You got it. Is the guy who made this still here? Whoa. That is a dog. Alright, I'm excited for this. This looks insane. However, I need this guy. There was one, this one was being posted. Bleeding. Dare Fuss. Dare Fuss, okay, cool. Bleeding, okay, I will add bleeding to this. If the guy is still there for bleeding, I'll play his. If he's not still here, then I'm not going to. Okay. So blacksmith guy is here. That's Darefus. Download. Huh. I alt-tabbed and it crashed. Okay. Particles might not be working, feels bad, man. Okay, well, you know, these things happen. I think the game might not be working. I'm going to give it one more go. And then I'm going to try it in non-full screened mode, which I saw was an option. Data game info. Full screen modes. Windowed full screen. I guess I'm just gonna have the screen mode be default. Animation is a joke. Huh. Nope. Sorry, dude, your game doesn't work. Did you run? Oh, it might open optional drivers. Okay. I don't really want. Okay, OpenAL driver. All right, fine. I'll install OpenAL. Great, and OpenAL is installed. Nope. I don't know what to tell you. It's not working. I'm moving on. If you can figure out how to make it not be broken, I will look at it later. It seems really cool. Like it does. It really does. Like the dog thing, it was all like very, very fucking trippy from the video or from the GIFs. So like, I gotta stream. I gotta move on. Not for all systems yet. Yeah. I mean, that's why I like Unity. Like, you can put it in HTML5 and it works. Works every time. Alright, Friendly Fire. Simultaneously control up to 100 fires in hectic multiplayer. Alright, and you said this is local co-op. Or local versus or something? Show in folder. So local co-op, local versus. I know this guy was here. Friendly fire. 7-zip. Extract. Local versus. Is it only local versus? Does it have an AI, or do I just have to guess at how it plays, like the Beekeeper game that I played yesterday?
Oh my god. Why? Somebody's singing and sync in normal. Why? Oh my god.
Wasad. Arrows. Only local versus. Alright, I'm gonna play against myself. Let's go. Oh, interesting. Okay. This is kind of a cute idea. The controls are a little rough. Also, I wouldn't let people go. I guess they can't go off the screen. I would let them go off the screen even less. Cause like I know that they're like barely off the screen, but I would not even let them get that far off the screen. But the controls are a little tank controlly. And like I don't mean that in a good way. I think people move too slow. Oh wow, I can kill my own guys. That's interesting. Yeah, I would rather... Huh. Like, it seems really hard to get... Because you're so likely to run into shit, it seems really hard to get... I would take out friendly fire. I think friendly fire makes it inherently dumb. Because like the first thing you want to do is like make start moving your troops around. And so like if I guess you can like move them. No, you really can't. Like friendly fire makes it so that like when your troops line up on walls, they just get obliterated. And so like it feels like the team that doesn't move is better situated. Because like as soon as you turn, you're gonna take out half of your troops. So like, what is the fucking point? Yeah, you seem much more liable to like kill yourself than kill the other guy. Like the game starts and we're already... I can see where this is going. I don't... Right concept, wrong mechanics. Yeah... I mean, I think that there is a game here that could be fun. It's just not right now. I think that... I mean, you're going for local multiplayer. You know, even with single player versus the II, I mean, so like, if we're doing strictly multiplayer, like, I think what could have worked is having it be a Wasad, like, directional movement for everything, and then having the things just shoot in the direction that they're facing and have them just face the direction they face, and turning friendly fire off. Like, I think that could have made it a little more engaging and fun. Just because, like, turning just feels so bad. Like, turning feels so bad and is tactically a really bad decision. Because, like, when the level starts, you're gonna just lose all of the guys that you're gonna lose from them shooting each other at the start. And, like, I think also that, like, you move a little slow. I think you should move a little faster. But yeah, like the level starts and it's like, by the way, you got all these deaths, and that just doesn't feel good. I don't know. I think those are like the big points. Those are my major points. I think it's a cool idea. I think fundamentally it is a cool idea. It just has some weird choices. Probably want to do something to prevent players from turtling. Maybe a shrinking map. I mean, yes. How's it going, Josh? Yes, but like you need to make the game fun before you worry about turtling. Like, you can worry about turtling mechanics after you've made trying to go at the opponent and killing them fun. Because, like, I think the game still isn't fun enough. It's okay, it's kind of cool to see everything light up. Like, I don't know if you're hearing me on the friendly fire not being good. Yeah, the fun, like, the core thing is, like, you need to make it so that, like, when you are moving your characters and they are shooting, it should feel good. Why should I use all the team at once and still need to control the direction of every guy? Micro macro doesn't seem to work, that's all. I mean, I'm not really looking at it in terms of an RTS, AR7. I don't think that it was designed in terms of an RTS. I think that you guys are thinking about it wrong. It's not an RTS. It's a team-based 2D shooter. Like, there are lots of team-based, or there are lots of single-player shooter games where, like, you move around in this 2D environment and you shoot at things. And so, like, this game is supposed to be about like aiming and shooting with the thing being like you have a ton of characters that you're all controlling at once that are all that are all duplicating your movements, and that's happening everywhere. This isn't about like, should I build more of these units and send them off into the northwest quadrant? Like, not to shit on RTSs, but like that's not what this game is. That's not where the fun of this game is. This game shouldn't feel like an RTS. It should feel like a game where you are like navigating corridors and trying to have this shoot stuff. Macro is a strategy, micro is tactics, but we need to take trade where to use strategy or tactics with no point. I think that I got the main points across with this one. I mean, I know the game is literally called Friendly Fire. I guess I didn't remember that when I was telling you to turn the damn Friendly Fire off, but I understand now that like that was like, oh man, this is the thing that's going to be so central to my game. It's just that like the thing that is so central to your game isn't fun. And so like if that's a problem to you, then that should, you know, like I wanted to play it as like, oh man, this is going to get so chaotic. Instead it was sort of like, oh man, this doesn't feel good. Like when the games get more when the quote the worse it gets, like that shouldn't be the game feeling worse. That should be the game getting harder. That should be the game getting more chaotic. That should be the game like ramping it up. You know, if you want to get into that. Having it just be like the worse it gets and it's just like, okay, and now you wish you weren't playing anymore because you're at this level. Okay, so this is still okay. So here's my problem with this game. You are giving me 1 minute to do a ton of shit that I don't know how to do, and I have played this game before, so like I actually do know how to solve it, but like I'm going to pretend that I don't. I'm going to pretend that I don't know how to solve it and that I'm exploring everything for the first time so that you can get a sense for why this game is really poorly balanced. Okay, oh, laundry. Oh, dirty clothes. Okay. Okay. There we go. Washer. 7 seconds. Okay. Okay. Is it done? They're wet. Alright. Okay, 5 seconds. Okay. Oh shit, I lost. So I'm sorry. I went off on this game when I played it yesterday, and I will go off on it again. And I hope you're still in chat. You have a very interesting mechanic. You have an interesting idea. I like the level. I like a lot of the things about the game. You made it way too hard. The first level of your game needs to be at least 3 minutes. Either it shouldn't have a time limit or it should be 3 minutes. Like, you should give your user or your player the time to do literally everything. He should be able to pick up every single piece of trash. He should be able to go to every single room, like, twice, and like, learn what the game is. Like, you have not given the player enough time to learn what the game is. Also, your game crashes. Like, I have to Alt F for it. And so, like, the problem, is Dragon in chat? Say something if you are. The problem is that in 1 minute, yes, if I know exactly where everything is and I know how to play the game a priori, yes, that's enough time to get the trash, to get the clothes, and to do all of the chores. It is enough time. But it is not enough time to learn how to do those tasks. And that is like the fundamental problem with your game. Is that, like, if you like either took the timer away or extended it substantially, then it would be much better. Because, like, now I'm gonna go to stage 2, and, like, A, there wasn't really a stage transition. B, I have 30 seconds to do a ton of things. Like, I don't know if that was a bug or what, but, like, I have so many more things to do with so much less time. My hands are empty. Okay, I didn't know that was a thing. Oh God, where do I go? Where do I go? Okay, here's the trash. Here's the trash. Okay, I deposited the trash. I don't have any trash. Okay, let's go back over here. Okay, I got the trash. Okay, now I'm gonna deposit the trash. Okay, I've got 9 seconds. Shit, I need to do something. What do I need to do? I have a chore. I got yelled at. And now I have to play the game all over from the beginning again. And now I have to do all of level 1 again before I can figure out why I didn't beat level 2. I can't just start level 2 over again. So, like, this is a thing I have harped on many times since starting these streams. Make every level selectable from the main menu in your game. This is Ludum Dare. You are going to have game-breaking bugs in your game. You just did something in either 48 or 72 hours. If you don't give the player the ability to select every single major playable section of your game from the main menu, there are going to be instances where people are never going to see the part of your game that you think is the best part of your game because either A, it is too frustrating to get there because of game design like this, where I have to play through the first level again in order to get to the second level, in order to learn how to beat the second level, in order to hopefully get to the third level, and keep on playing from the beginning every time. And I will not do that. I imagine most people will not do that. Or B, you will have bugs where the game stops working. You just have it, like the person just happened to find a bug that you didn't find, and the game just full stops, and they have to start over, and they don't want to play 5 minutes of your game again because your game isn't about making interesting decisions. And so, like, the first level isn't interesting to play again. I mean, it's okay to make a game with no replay value. It's just that when you have a game with no replay value, if the person has a corrupted save, they're not going to play the game again. This game is an example of a game with no replay value. Like, there are going to be 3 pieces of trash in the first level in the same place as always, and there is going to be laundry, and that is going to be the level. And there are no decisions for me to make. I know I have to accomplish 2 tasks. After learning where everything is, I know that there is a timer on waiting for them. There are different ways in which I could. The game queue should be updated. Well, it's pretty obvious what you're playing. Oh yeah, sorry, this is Chore Simulator. It should be updated. There should be sounds for all of this. But like there is nothing to be figured out in one playthrough. If you need to figure something out in this game, you have already lost. Like, either you know exactly what you need to do going into the level, or you don't and you lose. And, like, maybe I'm just thinking outside the box, but it isn't obvious to me that the thing I need to do in every level, and maybe that is what the thing is just do your laundry and do and pick up trash. If that, and like maybe that's the thing in every level, but if that's the thing in every level, then the first 2 levels need to present that, and it needs to be easy to do, and then you can start making it harder. That's it in a nutshell. Like, I don't think there's anything like fundamentally wrong with having a game where it's just like there's trash on the floor and there's this other stuff, then you have to do these tasks and you have to interleave them. I get that. I get that the laundry having a timeout means I'm supposed to pick up the trash while I'm waiting for the laundry, and then I go back to the laundry and I'm doing it faster and faster and faster and faster. The problem is that you did not put enough like leeway in for the player to learn that on a couple of different tries and for them to feel like they need to get better at it. And then beyond that, once they do learn that that's the thing and that's the thing they need to get better at, it isn't fun to do the earlier levels anymore. It's just boring. That's the big thing I have about this game. I think it's a cute idea. I do. I just wish that it wasn't timed. I wish that it wasn't timed and it had you doing something. I wish it had like it grew, it built. I wish there was like something more that was going on after you do all of the chores. Like, you do the chores, next day the chores are like way crazier, and it's just like this building thing of chores. And like maybe I don't know. For this game it's really difficult because like clearly it's like very much a limited scope in terms of the design, but like. The more you have, the worse it gets is like the thing you're going for, and so like the more chores you have, the harder it is. I get that, but like there are other ways to make doing chores fun than what this game has done, and I think like the laundry thing, like the 3-step process of laundry, wasn't bad. Like that was an okay moment. Is my screen? No, my screen's fine. That was an okay moment. It was just like. Yeah, the biggest problem was the timing thing. The other problems were that it needed to either culminate and do more, or it needed to end. Because like making me do the same thing over and over again on a faster time limit wasn't giving me interesting enough decisions. All right, we're doing bleeding. And then I guess we're done, unless someone else has something else in chat. We're actually like, we're losing viewers more than gaining them. I'm at 26. I think last night, I don't know. I wouldn't mind taking a break for an hour and eating dinner. Like maybe I'll come back in an hour. It looks like Man Beard Games is doing stuff, and a lot of people are going over to him. And it looks like, I'm not sure if it's that the US is going to sleep or that Europe hasn't woken up yet, but feels like a lot of people aren't. Have you tried game I was asking on last stream? I don't think I have. Dragon FY Sex, was that feedback useful? I'm sorry if it was not. I'm sorry if like I think you know for the amount of time that you did or that you had for the game that was fine. But like those are like, you know, for making the next game, for moving forward, those are the big ticket items that need to be improved. Awesome. Glad to hear it. 7-zip extract to bleeding. 6 a.m. in GMT +1. Damn. Raiju, which game do you want me to repeat? I might. Seems to be an isometric game. We got gold with no title. All right. Bleeding. Is Bleeding guy still here? Is maker of Bleeding here, or did he dip? I appreciate you saying it was super useful, Dragon, because like I know that I can be really negative with games, and I understand that like when you make something you don't like, nobody likes hearing someone shit all over their work, And so like when I don't get, feedback from the chat on how they're feeling while I'm talking to them, or if they agree or disagree, I just worry that people are seething. All right, it doesn't look like the maker of Bleeding is here. So I'm going to give him another couple of seconds, but I'm not playing his game if he's not here. I wanted you to replay mine, doing some changes, bugs. I still worked on it, but I will end in the meantime. Why don't you... Tell you what, Raiju. Why don't you send it to me on Thursday? I will be streaming on Thursday, just like today. Today is Tuesday, right? And I don't want you to feel like you need to rush it to me and like be like, oh, give me the feedback now. I want you to like really feel like you've made some good improvements and changes, and like tell me what you fixed, tell me what you want me to focus on, and like don't feel like you're not going to be able to find me again. I'm going to be here. There will be plenty of time for me to look at your game. Also, remind me which game you made, because I actually have a hard time remembering. Okay, so Bleeding isn't here. He dipped. So I'm going to take a break. I'm going to eat. Give me a +1 in chat, or just a 1 in chat if you want me to keep streaming later on. If you want me to come back at like 11 PST, or like, in an hour and a half. And I will, if there are enough people who want me to come back, I will. If there are not, I'm just going to take the night off, and I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow. Got one. So, night off. Sleep on, yeah. One for Mega Designer. Switched. Let me just see what this guy's streaming under, because I don't actually know if I'm streaming under the right thing. But let me click on Ludum Dare here. All right, I'll throw you guys to this CS does CS guy. All right, I'm not gonna do it for 2. So let me host this other guy, and I will see you guys tomorrow. So have a good night.